I'm Seamus. Thank you so much for coming.
You've got a great cause worth fighting for. I couldn't wait to get here. That said, I expected, well, more people?
So far, there's only the two of us.
But we're highly motivated.
Well, it's a start.
Some people I knew already were dear friends of mine, like Little Gray Cells and Just My Stupid Opinion.
Lots of interesting things. This is absolutely abominable, and the RCMP are really in the shit here, and they know it.
Hi, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here, but I think it's time that I needed to speak up.
The following program is brought to you in living color.
Something to watch on TV, horror movie. You shut it off a good bit. We can't shut this off. Every time we close our eyes, the horror movie turns on. So I know for myself, when I close my eyes, I go try to get bit, picture my parents being shot.
Trying to piece together a story that seems so unbelievable.
Let's have a look at this. I'm going to pause it periodically, and I'm going to try and not lose my shit because I was really angry. Really angry. I'm getting really pissed now. I'll preface this by saying I'm strongly urging all of the victims in this, the victims' families, to launch a class action lawsuit against the RCMP. And I would just love to have the RCMP under discovery. I have a lot of questions, and I'm sure a lawyer would too.
Canadian Mounted Police and their stories. Stories of their courage. Stories of their lives filled with hazard, romance, and adventure. The RCMP story this week, Gunslinger.
Oh my goodness, how many windows do I have open? Just about to go on here right now, so I'll all right, great. Take care. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. Oops. Yeah, my camera's on. Bam. There's a call from somebody, so family member, so hope they're feeling better. Tough stuff, really tough stuff on them. How are you guys doing this morning? This event will start in 6 minutes. Got a countdown timer. Let's make sure I've got it in there. Okay. Lots of stuff happening. Very quick. Hope people are saving things and archiving things. I went to go and save a bunch of stuff. There was 102 things that dropped last night, I think. I was up to about 2. Was it 6:30? Something like that, 6:20. Reviewing things. So lots of things. Please save things, archive things, same old rigmarole. Thank you to those of you who are sharing the video and stuff. It's an important message to get out. And I definitely take notice of those of you who are. So thank you very much. All right. Hope everybody's doing well. Got some coffee, a couple coffees. I've taken some Tylenol. The dog is staring at me. I don't know what you want. Okay. Good morning, KLML. Roads are terrible. Hope everybody drives safe, please. Fire trucks responding to stuff. Says sad. Good morning, sad. Julia Rock. Countryside. Good morning, Mark Evans, Caper, and Crystal. Morning, y'all. Nosy Scotia. What will today bring? I don't know. 4 minutes counting. Some good articles came out yesterday. Maybe we can review a couple of those during the plethora of breaks. We've got Caper Girl, NS44. Good morning, sir. Nikki Lewis, Truth and All, Memento Mori. Linda M. Julia Rock, Alex McLean, Brain Fried. Stay strong. This is not easy cleaning up a situation, and they're dumping heavy amount all at once. Okay, so like I said, please, let's see, actually maybe we can I'll do this way. Download my hard drive, funnily enough. That hard drive is completely full. But there's lots of stuff. So I have to get a 9th hard drive, I guess. I think actually I've got one powered external that still has quite a bit of room. And it's good to save things on backup too. So that way if things happen to disappear, which they do, don't fool yourself. Lots of things in here. Very interesting reading, some of it. Well, I won't touch that for now. Excuse me. You read a lot last night? Okay, so let's see. Looks like their screen has changed, so we're going to be doing some things here. All right. We've got Charlene is here. Hello. We've got, hope you are well. Special prayers. Remember, send your positive energy or prayers or whatever you can. Spare. Make sure you keep some for yourself. Guys, stay strong. Good morning, Patrick B. Trying to overwhelm people. Yes, these are dumps. It's like Friday night, right? In the news. Nobody's going to see anything. Nobody at all. Blue nose. Don't forget your glasses. Oh, okay. I can go and run and grab those when they come on here. Waiting for the Tylenol to kick in. Chiang, good morning. Nova is watching the live show. She wants snacks. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll get her some snacks. That's a good idea. Thank you, Linda. Got today off due to the snow. So you'll be watching all day. Oh, My heart is with you. Read a lot last night. What surprised me so far, because I didn't hear anything about it before. There was a handgun found by Greg Blair. Was it his or Wart's? Okay. So lots of interesting things in there. And it reads interesting. Still haven't finished the documents from the first day. Way behind already. Well, it's okay. Don't worry. They take lots of breaks. Just make sure you take care of yourself and be strong, everybody. Good morning, Brenda. Garla. What did I make of that? A phone record. Yes, well, good. Had a little something in my pocket. Twitter messages to certain people still won't open. Not sure. Hopefully that'll work for you. Lots of tech fun. Project Wide Awake et al. Many other things. Heard they flew a styrofoam car through the trails of 287. Oh, okay. You mean the drone? The nice clean drive there from somewhere in the middle of a cut line to a photo. Oh, sorry. It started with a photo to somewhere in the cut line to somewhere with no start endpoints. Good stuff. Lots of phones in her name and calls from a phone that got smashed. Derp. Okay. Yeah, this was something I was keeping in my pocket for a while, I suppose. We can go through that maybe now. Video of the car driving past Wilson's. My gosh. Yeah, really. That means he got out. For sure, truth and all. Who had these phones? Are you sleeping at all? I do sleep 4 hours. And I usually have a crash and burn after the show. Well, after usually a couple calls, and then I seem to pass out. Okay, well, that's something to do with thumbs. I don't know how to deal with that kind of stuff. I feel weird. But I appreciate it, Caper. I really do. You know what, you guys who are spreading the message, this is important. There's so many things going on in this world, and we need all the help that we can get. And you have to have, it's kind of the mask principle. Excuse me, the mask principle. Put the mask on. And funnily enough, what's in our backyard right now? We've got to put the mask on first before we can help anybody else. Rosemary McInnes, good morning. Hello. I don't know if I've seen your name
Excuse
before.
me, ladies and gentlemen. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. There we go. The 2-minute countdown warning. Why so many phones? Yes. Down detector said on Twitter, Caper said. Done. So Twitter was done for quite a while last night. Oh, so Twitter was down. Interesting. Project Wide Awake, you think? Absolutely. If you paid attention to this in any way, shape, or form, had any communication, Project Wide Awake watches everybody, but specifically anybody who has anything to do with this. Wiki was down too. Interesting. It's all coming to a hit. Don't pay attention to the phone. I don't have, because he smashed my phone. Oh, hello, Tara. I thought, I don't know if I've read that in the Bible before, but glad. I didn't think internet was out till just now. Yeah. Okay, good stuff. Maybe it's a sign. Tara and I and the signs. UFOs in Great Village. Julian Rock, anonymous Canadian girl. Morning, thank you so much. Okay, I'm not going to read that, but I appreciate it. Oh, I will read it. I just feel odd. More who know the truth, fewer who can be hoodwinked. Yes, and you got to help bring those other people up to speed. It's very easy to get lost in the snow for many people. You think a 5-minute late start today? It is already a 5-minute late start. You're absolutely right. Knows functions on another. Not you asked for a video from picking up money. I found a picture. Oh, okay. Okay, that's it. Carla, we got hello, Mother of Pure Blood. Hello. We got to get grannies and mothers, and I'm noticing a trend, but it's the same old trend. Many, welcome to my female friends. Looks like something's starting. Okay.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Chief Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Well, good morning, everyone. We join you from Mi'kmaq, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. And today, like every day, in this inquiry, we begin by remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Well, members of the public have now had an opportunity to see the Commission's work and consultation, and with the assistance of the participants, our work in trying to make sense of the tens of thousands of documents and various interviews and our investigation to come up with what we understand to be the facts so far as they apply to the horrible events in Portapique on April 18th and 19th, and they are contained in comprehensive foundational documents which have now been exhibited, and of course with the assistance of Mr. Roger Burrell have been presented. Of course, the presentation is a subset of the larger documents, and I will, with that background, set the context for what we hope to accomplish today. And for those of you who are here every day, I know I've said in my opening remarks what I'm about to say, but because this is a public inquiry and we do not presume to think that every Nova Scotian, every Canadian has an opportunity to follow us every day, it's important to make sure that we set the context before in every day before we begin the activities proper. So, as I've said, we've now exhibited the foundational documents, and in preparing these foundational documents, we sought the input from participants on these points, both in writing and through comprehensive working meetings in the fall. And as a result of the input of the participants, which was very helpful, in our further investigations, we made significant revisions to the foundational documents. And we shared the revised foundational documents with the public now, and we will continue to hear from the participants. That's important. This is an iterative process. The foundational documents, although tendered as exhibits, of course, can be the subject of change because they are what we know about the facts to date. And pursuant to our rules, which I will address in a minute, participants have an opportunity to comment, and this is essentially what we will be doing today. So the purpose of today is to hear from participants as to whether they think oral evidence is needed according to criteria which we have shared with the participants. The following criteria: is oral evidence needed to clarify a dispute in the evidence that will be material to the Commission's work in phases 2 and 3? And you will understand that you will recall that this is phase 1, the what happened phase, and therefore what evidence is needed to clarify a dispute in the evidence that will be material to the Commission's work in phases 2 and 3, to fill a material gap in the evidence, and to provide important context. And this is reflected in our rules, which we issued in August. They were circulated to the participants in draft form, and feedback was sought. So Rule 28 provides in advance of filing of foundational documents as evidence, Commission Counsel will provide an opportunity to the participants, to the extent of their interest, as determined by the commissioners, to comment on the accuracy of the foundational documentation. And of course, as I've said, this is what we've done. Council may modify the foundational documentation in response. This is exactly what we've done. To the extent of their interest, as determined by the commissioners, participants may also propose witnesses to support, challenge, comment on, or supplement the foundational documentation in ways that are likely to significantly contribute to an understanding of the issues relevant to the mandate of the Commission. And of course, as I said in my opening remarks, the phase 1 process that we're now in is to provide us with a factual foundation upon which we can build, upon which we can find out why things unfolded the way they unfolded in those horrible hours of April 18th and 19th, 2020. And finding out why then sets the table for making recommendations. And of course, in creating the factual foundation, our role is not to, in fact, we're prevented expressly in our orders and counsel from finding criminal or civil liability. Our target or our object is not to blame. Our object is to obviously determine accountability and responsibility, particularly from an institutional perspective. And so that, ladies and gentlemen, is the context for today. We are anxious to hear from council on regarding their submissions on what further witnesses ought to be heard from in terms of the what I will refer to as the Portapic documents. And our Commission Counsel, Ms. Emily Hill, has kindly arranged for us to hear from the various witnesses, I understand in consultation with participant counsel, in order that you can perhaps explain to us, Ms. Hill, and we can get started. Thank you all very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. As you've said, the schedule today is to hear from counsel for participants about gaps that exist in the records and the witnesses they propose to fill those gaps. These applications are made pursuant to Rule 37. I have just one housekeeping matter with regard to exhibits. I just want to advise you, Commissioners, and also participants and others who may be viewing the proceedings, that the source documents for all of the 3 foundational documents that have been marked now as exhibits 7 through 207. We understand today that council will be referring to documents that have previously been entered as exhibit, and I just wanted to explain that they may use the prefix COM, and then a number that follows that allows us to identify the documents that we're speaking about. COM is, of course, stands for Commission.
Thank you.
There are two documents that may be referred to today that have not yet been made exhibits. And so when those documents are first referred to, council will ask Madam Registrar to mark those as exhibits, and they will eventually be available on the website, although not immediately. We have organized today and tomorrow to hear from council together who wish to hear from a particular witness, and then hear from council for the witness and any other participant with an interest who's asked to be heard. There has also been an application to rely on expert evidence made by the NPF. That application relates to the request to hear from certain RCMP members. In order to give everyone time to respond, we plan to start today hearing about requests for civilian, non-RCMP witnesses. After that, we'll ask to hear everyone's views on the admission of the expert report. And that will let us plan our time on Thursday, when we will discuss the expert and hear from participants' counsel about witnesses they propose from the RCMP.
Thank you.
For all the witnesses you'll be hearing about today, Commission's counsel view is the record has been established through the admission of the foundational documents, their source material, and the witness that we heard from yesterday. So we're not of the view that additional evidence is required. In order for the Commission to establish the record, it needs to fulfill its mandate. Thus, we will not be speaking to the applications other than to indicate whether there's information about the witness that would be helpful for you to know as you make your decision, or if in our view that the need to hear from a particular witness should be considered at a different point in our proceedings. In this case, we will advise that we think the application is premature and could be raised again once additional foundational documents have been entered into evidence. We will begin today by hearing from counsel who wish to hear from Lisa Banfield, the common law spouse of the perpetrator. We propose to hear first from Ms. McCullough, then Mr. Bryson, Ms. Hutman, and Ms. Miller. We understand that Ms. Miller may be referring to documents which have previously been made exhibits in these proceedings. We will hear then from two counsel in response. Commissioners, we had a request this morning for counsel for a participant in these proceedings, a coalition made up of the Coalition of Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, Women's Shelter Canada, and Be the Peace Institute, who indicated that they would wish to speak to this matter. We've advised them that given their interest in their role in the commission, that it would be appropriate for them to address you with regard on about 5 minutes, for about 5 minutes. And then we will hear from Mr. Z, who is counsel for Ms. Banfield.
Sorry, Ms. Hill, the counsel for Ms. Banfield?
Is Mr. Z, Z-E-E-H, and he will be attending by Zoom.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think with that, I would invite Ms. McCullough.
Ms. McCullough?
Good morning, Commissioners. I wanted to begin before I speak to Ms. Banfield specifically. I wanted to comment that we very much appreciated hearing from Commissioner McDonald, your comments earlier this week, describing what today was going to be about, that we would have an opportunity to address gaps and errors and missing information, to address meaningful factual disputes. We were very encouraged by this, as were our clients. But I have to say that we were deeply discouraged yesterday at end of day when we found out that today was going to proceed quite a bit differently than what we anticipated. That in fact, rather than having a robust opportunity to speak to gaps and errors and factual disputes, as was described to us and presented to the public earlier this week, that in fact we would be limited to speak speaking this morning specifically only to our submissions about Ms. Banfield and why we believe she should be included as a witness in these proceedings. And I will speak about that momentarily. But I feel that on behalf of our clients, of whom you'll know our firm represents a significant number of the participants most affected, as defined by the participation decision, it's incumbent upon me to state that in standing up during this narrow window to speak to on behalf of our clients do not endorse the foundational documents that have been presented to the commissioners in the last few days. Absolutely, we participated in the working meetings and we made contributions toward those preliminary draft foundational documents. But those foundational documents that have been presented have been substantially altered. They bear limited resemblance to the documents that we participated in speaking to. In two instances, two of them have doubled in size. In one instance, one of them has been halved. For reasons we don't fully appreciate. There has been a significant volume of disclosure that has come to us and to participants after the working meetings, more than 16,000 documents, a number of them which are directly relevant to the material that has been discussed in the foundational documents and in the presentations we've seen in the last 2 days. In terms of those revised foundational documents, on behalf of our clients, we feel that it is necessary to ensure that the commissioners understand that we, on behalf of our clients, disagree with the presentation of the information in some instances. More significantly, we disagree with some of the assumptions and conclusions drawn. And we feel that we are not positioned to speak and to comment meaningfully on them, where the foundational documents rely on future materials, such as future foundational documents, which we can only presume are going to be substantially revised in the manner that we have seen of the first few. In hearing from Commission Counsel yesterday at end of proceedings, that today we would be advancing submissions in the manner that Commissioner McDonald, you had described earlier this week, that our submissions would be narrowly confined to speaking to an order in respect of the witnesses that various participants council have advanced, that in fact we would not have a more fulsome opportunity to speak to some of the issues that we have. We feel that with those limitations which were imposed upon us by Commission Counsel yesterday, we no longer have an opportunity to raise what we feel are very serious concerns, particularly about the timeline which has been presented in the Portapic foundational documents, including our concerns about how the evidence pertaining to the Wilson's gas stop footage and the conclusions that we disagree with that have been drawn from that. We don't feel we now have an opportunity to speak to the frailties and the evidence of some of the civilian witnesses, such as Dean Dillman and Autumn Doucette, and the broad timeline that their combined information presents that suggests that in fact 1045 is not really a marker that can be drawn from their evidence. The same may be said of the Zimmerman family, who present a wide time frame within which the perpetrator's vehicle may have passed their view. In spite of that, the foundational documents, and as we have seen in Mr. Burrell's presentation, a more precise timeline has been deduced by Commission Counsel and presented to the public, but we don't have an opportunity to speak to that. Further to that, we don't have an opportunity to speak to the omission of the fact of Clinton Ellison's presence on Orchard Beach Drive at about the same time that the perpetrator would have been passing down Orchard Beach Drive, were he to be exiting the community, as Commission Counsel is suggesting to the commissioners, to yourselves. We've made submissions about that before, and they were not addressed in the revised foundational documents. And we're quite concerned by some of these pieces, and deeply concerned on behalf of our clients that we do not appear to have the window of opportunity that we thought we were going to have to speak to that.
I wonder if I could just, if you could help me a little bit, please. We indicated that we early on in my opening remarks that we wanted to hear from participants about gaps and witnesses they may want to submit to us. We should hear from the first one being Lisa Banfield, and your You have submitted to us a list of witnesses to fill in those gaps, have you not? And the first one is Lisa Banfield?
Lisa Banfield, yes, and I will offer some more specific remarks.
Of course,
in
yeah, and
respect to her.
but, and we also indicated at the end of phase one, you could make submissions about the, we have an iterative process, and when the foundational documents are tendered, they're all tendered, you can have an opportunity to make submissions on those. Were you?
Yes,
right?
we're aware of that. We're aware of that. The concern is
but
that.
you wanted to do that this morning instead of at the end of phase one?
Well, we're highlighting for the commissioners that we don't believe what we're hearing we're going to have by way of an opportunity is what is actually being provided to our clients for meaningful participation in the process. The opportunity to speak specifically to Lisa Banfield doesn't lend the opportunity to speak to the issues with the other witnesses, such as those that I've mentioned, that period is already passing us by, and we will go well beyond that piece of the story. It's going to rest in the public, and the public will have this narrative, and we won't have an opportunity to speak to it in a timely manner. Waiting, it's our submission that waiting weeks, if not months, to speak to that is not appropriate, and it's not effective participation for our clients.
Okay, so your point is not that you won't have an opportunity to speak to it, it's that you have to wait too long to speak to it. Is that your point?
It could be that, but also we're not confident about what opportunities are going to be afforded to our clients. That information hasn't been clearly laid out to us.
Then the two witnesses you're talking about, were they on your list to discuss in the next 2 days that we should hear more from?
No, commissioners, we have outlined in our submissions these various concerns that we have about the foundational documents. It
Right.
doesn't necessarily require, for example, calling Mr. Dillman as a witness in order to deal with this. The concern that we have right now is this information is being handled as if there is definitive information and definitive conclusions that can be drawn from the information that they've been provided. It's not necessarily that Mr. Dillman needs to be here to say what he's already said again, but we take issue with how it's been presented.
All right, so you don't need Mr. Dillman here if I understand it, and you're concerned that it was presented in a definitive way. In my opening remarks, and just about every time I spoke publicly, I indicated, you will recall, that this is not definitive. In fact, we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you about any further witnesses you have. So if you wanted to hear from the Zimmermans, if you think we should hear from the Zimmermans, you could have put them on the list. So it just helped me understand, you don't think we need to hear from the Zimmermans? Yes or no?
No, I don't believe that they have further to offer. It's a question of how that information has been presented to you, the commissioners, and to the public, with which we disagree.
Because there was, as we indicated, it's iterative. It's, the investigation continues, the documents keep rolling in, and are you saying you felt rushed in the process?
I'm not, no, sir, I'm not saying that. I'm concerned with the presentation of material in the foundational documents and the conclusions that Commission Counsel is urging the commissioner, commissioners, is urging you to draw from that information. We don't believe that the conclusions that are being drawn or the assumptions being drawn, such as the timeline of the perpetrators' movements in the community, are accurately reflected in the foundational documents and in Mr. Burrell's presentation.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I guess I can simply reiterate to the best of my ability that they aren't conclusions. They aren't factual conclusions. As I indicated in my opening remarks, the public has a right to know what we know so far. And we have indicated that all these documents have a caveat that say it's a work in progress. And we are anxious to hear from you about what's missing, what witnesses we ought to hear from. We have a list from you and from others, and we're very happy to hear from you about that. And we will obviously give directions accordingly. And we have set aside time for you, after phase one, for you to raise any concerns you have about about any of the foundational documents. You indicated that, well, we're only at 3 out of about 30. You indicated that, you know, that they are, it's difficult now for you because they aren't all laid out, but you've had them all. You've seen them all, have you not?
The preliminary drafts, yes.
Yeah. And you've commented on them all.
Yes.
Yeah. And that was helpful for us. So thank you for your putting this on the record. It's helpful, but just want to make sure I understand that, or that there are no conclusions made yet. This is iterative. We want to hear from you about any potential witnesses that could fill in gaps in these 3 foundational documents. You've given those, and we'll start with Lisa Banfield this morning, and we'll give you an opportunity, and we've given set aside time to discuss the various, after all the foundational documents are in vis-a-vis the timeline, to raise any concerns you have. So thank you for putting that on the record, and would be happy to hear any further submissions you might have on the Banfield matter.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I hear you, and I thank you for that assurance that we will have a meaningful opportunity to address these concerns at a later date.
Were you not aware that we put that in the timeline?
Yes. Yes, Commissioner. The concern is that we don't have any assurance about what that meaningful opportunity is going to be.
Okay, we'll
I hear what
we'll
you
ask
said
our
now.
council to give you assurances as to what that opportunity might be, but thank you. But you understood it wasn't for this morning.
Again, our concern is that the messages that we're receiving are being inconsistent, and what we were of the impression we would have the opportunity to speak to today was significantly curtailed at end of day yesterday, in our view. And I appreciate that you may not agree with that, but that's our view of the matter. And we feel it's important that we have the opportunity to make sure that you commissioners are aware of our concerns on behalf of our clients.
Of course, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. In relation to Ms. Banfield, commissioners, it is our respectful submission on behalf of our clients. Ms. Banfield is a critical witness. It, in our view, would be unfathomable for the commission to proceed without a fulsome exploration of Ms. Banfield's account, including a proper testing of that evidence. We feel that to do so otherwise would result in fact-finding, which is simply deficient. We submit that there's a great lack of highly pertinent detail with respect to Ms. Banfield's experience, which is not only not incorporated properly into the foundational documents, but there's also issues in the source materials themselves in terms of that lack of detail. And again, we would refer, as Mr. Burrell has described, that is derived from statements given by Ms. Banfield to the RCMP interviews for purposes distinct and apart from the mandate of the commission. The orders in council tasked the commission to, quote, fully examine the terrible tragedy, to uncover the, quote, causes, context, and circumstances which gave rise to the mass casualty event. And it's plain and obvious that there is no witness more critical to assisting with fulfilling that mandate than Ms. Banfield. Ms. Banfield was the only individual that we know to have been with the perpetrator prior to the rampage. There's a lack of clarity around the anniversary drive that has been referenced by Mr. Burrell, excuse me, which among other things implicated some victims in ways that warrant further explanation, investigation, particularly investigation from the lens of the commission's mandate, which we submit will naturally learn more of the information that we're lacking. We submit that there is a lack of clarity in the information presently available with respect to Ms. Banfield's evidence, a lack of clarity as to what took place prior to the commencement of the perpetrator's rampage.
My apologies, Ms. McCullough. Commissioner Fitz just mentioned she's not hearing everything as easily as we had hoped.
If I speak up, will that make a difference?
Or I was just going to get the technicians
Yeah, sure.
maybe too.
One of two. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Thank you. As I was saying, that there is a lack of clarity in the information we presently have available from Ms. Banfield as to what took place prior to the perpetrator's rampage, what preceded his change in countenance and behavior. And as a side note, I would preemptively endorse comments that I expect will be made by other participants' counsel in relation to Sean Conlog and Angel Patterson, witnesses that other counsel will be speaking to later, submitting that is one of the few opportunities that the commission will have to corroborate Ms. Banfield's account. There's a lack of clarity in the information presently available from Ms. Banfield as to what took place between her and the perpetrator. Won't surprise the commissioners to hear that we, on behalf of our clients and with the endorsement of our clients, have significant concerns about areas of Ms. Banfield's account reflected in her statements to the RCMP, which leave in our submission much unsaid, including her account of a brief escape from the perpetrator, by shedding her coat while at the same time being bound by the wrist and constrained, her account of her travel through the woods on
Sorry, did you say her great escape? Is that what you said?
brief escape. Her account of her travel through the woods on frozen ground without footwear, including being compelled by the perpetrator and also fleeing the perpetrator, in our view, without evidence of injuries which might be consistent with that. Her account of her exposure to gunshots inside of the warehouse, again, without any injury, which would seem to be consistent with that sort of exposure. Her account of the perpetrator's use or attempted use, depending on the statement, of handcuffs upon her, and also her escape from the replica RCMP cruiser by way of the silent patrolman. In spite of both of these things being designed to defeat escape, and again, without injuries, which would potentially be expected in respect of same. Also, information about her survival for more than 8 hours overnight, below freezing temperatures and without protection from the elements. Furthermore, and perhaps more equally as significant to the Commission's mandate, is the lack of information about any observations that Ms. Banfield may have made during her overnight in Portapique. Based on what Ms. Banfield's location overnight was purported to be, and to this I refer to the reenactment video guided by the RCMP, that's COM number 13731. If her location is understood to be correct, she was critically located to potentially enable her to observe a great deal of the activity that took place in Portapique overnight, including both community members and of RCMP members in the community, both on foot and in vehicles, which may assist significantly with the timeline. We won't know until those questions are asked of her. I do want to stress that it is readily understood that the Commission's work is in pursuit of its mandate for the benefit of not only those who suffered at the hands of the perpetrator, but for the public at large. In order to do that, however, we would remind the Commission of that it must fully examine the causes, context, and circumstances giving rise to that tragedy. And of course, Ms. Banfield is a significant piece of that. Our clients are steadfast in their view that the Commission cannot possibly create a trustworthy evidentiary foundation for its work in the absence of testimony from Ms. Banfield, tested evidence from Ms. Banfield. We submit that the inclusions of her account in the foundational documents at present are woefully inadequate to any semblance of a completed narrative in that respect. We submit that what is included is based upon incomplete and untested statements given to the RCMP for purposes distinct from the Commission's mandate. We submit that the Commission has seen fit to re-interview a number of witnesses which have been interviewed by the RCM previously, and While we are aware of the Commission's trauma-informed mandate, we would submit there is no reason that Ms. Banfield should be treated differently than those other witnesses who've been through more than one interview process, given the
Sorry to interrupt,
significant.
Ms. McCullough, I just wonder if you could help me there then. If I understand your submission, you are suggesting that the commission, as we did with other witnesses, interview her ourselves as a commission. Is that what I understand your submission to be, as with other witnesses?
No, it's our submission that she should be brought forward to give sworn
Oh, I
evidence
understand that.
to the commission.
I understand that, but just your submission after that was that as I understood it, at least the commission has re-interviewed, I think was your word.
Yeah.
The RCMP did interviews and we re-interviewed. And I understood your submission to be that we should re-interview Lisa Banfield. Am I correct on that? That's your submission?
Yeah, and perhaps I should have been more careful about the word re-interview.
Well,
that her evidence needs to be re-examined by the commission. That
Exactly.
We can't simply rest on the statements that she's given to the RCMP. That information needs to be examined more fully by the commission.
And that's very helpful. So would you agree with me that our power to subpoena is just that, a power to subpoena?
It is.
And we don't have the right to force her to meet with us? Do you agree with me?
I understand.
And you understand her counsel has indicated that because she's in jeopardy, she refuses to meet with us?
Yes.
So how do you propose we interview her then?
Well, again, you've indicated that you have the power of subpoena. I appreciate that it may be opposed by Ms. Banfield's counsel, were the commission to proceed in that light to subpoena Ms. Banfield to give evidence. It may be opposed, and that's something that the commission will have to deal with. But it's our submission that the commission should take whatever steps are reasonable to make sure that it hears from Ms. Banfield and fills out her account of what happened in Portapique and what she observed of what happened in Portapique, and that not be overlooked as the proceeding moves forward.
Sure, I understand that. And you're saying we should take whatever steps are available. The only step that I'm aware of now that's available is to subpoena her, not to re-interview her, because we are told we don't have the power to compel her to our office and speak to us. We have the power to subpoena her. And my question is not at this time about the suggestion that we subpoena her. My question is about your comment that we should have interviewed her. And I just need your help in understanding how we could have done that.
Right, and I guess I apologize. I shouldn't have been careless with my words. We weren't aware until a very short time ago that the commission had even attempted to interview Ms. Banfield. But regardless, absolutely, we understand that, short of exercising the ability to subpoena her, that's the only way that you can compel her. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're encouraging you to do that, to not shy away from doing that.
Sure.
And ensure that Ms. Banfield's evidence comes before the commission in a tested format.
Right, thank you. And do you have any submissions as to, as we understand it, her criminal matter is coming forward? Do you have any, under the heading of consistency, we should treat her like every other witness. Every other witness who we would subpoena, we would try to interview. So can you help me in terms of, should we just subpoena her right away without having a chance to interview her before her criminal matter, or should we wait till her criminal matter is up and then try to meet with her and then, if appropriate, subpoena her? What would your submission be there?
Sure. Well, I mean, ultimately, that's a decision for the commission to make, is, when and how Ms. Banfield's evidence comes before it. I think it's fair to say that, if there's any concern that subpoenaing her now would somehow fetter the commission's ability to hear from her, then that's a judgment call that, the commission needs to balance. Our concern, first and foremost and primarily, is that the commission hear from her in a tested format, that her evidence be received, and that that which is lacking in her narrative thus far be fully explored by the commission so that we have a full understanding of what happened in Portapique. With I think beyond that is in terms of when and exactly how that happens. I understand that perhaps some strategic decisions may have to be made, but it's, I guess at the end of the day, it's most important and our priority that the commission understands that our clients see this as a non-starter, that the commission has to hear from Ms. Banfield in a sworn format.
Thank you. That's helpful.
And thank you for your time, commissioners. Those are my submissions.
Thank you, Ms. McCullough.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to address you. I represent Peter and Joy Bond. They resided at 46 Cobequid Court, and they were killed the evening of April 18th. In regards to Miss Banfield is the first survivor of this tragedy. She had prolonged contact with the perpetrator, we know, on April 18th, April 19th. Sorry, April 18th and April 19th. Her evidence can inform the timeline. The timeline's a big issue, specifically for the Bonds. Up until roughly, I'm going to estimate a month ago, it was hypothesized that the Bonds were actually killed after Mr. Ellison, after 10:39. That has since changed. The theory is now that they were actually killed before Mr. Ellison. The timeline is in a state of flux. In regards to Miss Banfield, we know that Miss Banfield fled into the woods where she remained overnight. Her evidence can likely offer assistance in understanding the timeline, perhaps on what she observed, what she heard. We also now have the benefit of roughly, I'm going to estimate, 500,000 pages of disclosure that is available to us to ask questions of Miss Banfield in regards to the timeline. And that will assist the commission's work in understanding the causes, the circumstances of this mass casualty. During the time Miss Banfield remained in the woods, there were 13 people in Portapique that were killed in various areas. So what did she hear? What did she see? I am aware of the fact that she did give prior statements to police. She participated in a police reenactment. At that time, certainly there wasn't 500,000 pages of disclosure that was available to ask the most pertinent questions, the most relevant questions, using maps, other guides, tools to assist in that examination. We now have that. And we do not have any sworn evidence yet from Ms. Banfield. I believe the commission's work would benefit from hearing from this first survivor of this tragedy. I'm going to try not to be repetitive. Ms. McCullough has identified a lot of the issues that we share. In addition, there is some evidence of Ms. Banfield traveling with the perpetrator the day before and covering a geographic location in part that has some relevance to the work of this commission in terms of ultimately some of the route that was traveled by the perpetrator the following day. That's not to suggest that Ms. Banfield had obviously any insight or knowledge of what was going to take place, but the questions are, what was the perpetrator's familiarity with the route? And this can help again inform the timeline for the 18th and 19th. In identifying the gaps and errors, it's also important that we supplement the evidence we do know. Again, it's very important, I believe, for the residents of Portapique to hear from Ms. Banfield, to again help inform the commission as to what she in fact did hear and see with, again, all the aids and tools we have available to us. And that's essentially the gap that we have for my submissions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Hill, would you mind introducing council as they come up, so for the benefit of the public?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Bryson. Next, we'll be hearing from Ms. Hupman.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning on our desire on behalf of our clients, which include the Oliver Tuck families and the family of Lillian Campbell, for Lisa Banfield to be called before the Commission to give evidence of, to better expand upon and supplement the information that's currently available through the initial statements taken by police. We feel that she is at the very core of the fact-finding mandate of the Commission in terms of her relationship with the perpetrator, her involvement with him that day, and her experiences that night and early in the morning of the 19th. The information from her to date is, in our view, not 100% complete. There's certainly areas where there needs to be further exploration, further delving down into her experience, her movements that night, what happened to her, where she was during the night. And I hope I'm not totally repeating what has already been said. I certainly want to keep things efficient and moving forward, but is our belief and our submission to you commissioners that this proceeding really can have no final report without hearing directly from Ms. Banfield. Whether it has to be delayed because of her current proceedings, that is out of our hands. I would submit that there are obviously the tool of the subpoena. There may be, along with subpoenaing Ms. Banfield, perhaps a limitation on the questions that can be put to her in excluding anything to do with her, as I understand, her charges that she is facing. I believe the subject matter of those can well be left aside to get at the details that the commissioners really need to focus on, and which, as counsel for families and other participants, that we would like explored. So I would encourage the commission to consider those, whatever options are available to you to do that. I know that, and I'm not prepared here this morning to really cite chapter and verse, but certainly this would not be the first public inquiry held where potential witnesses were also at the same time facing criminal charges and were in jeopardy. And I believe there were answers to that, and that testimony was still available to those inquiries from those witnesses. So I would encourage the commissioners and their commission counsel to pursue all of those avenues in the approach to having Ms. Banfield come before the commission. And I think anything else I would add would already have been covered by my two co-counsel, and I certainly endorse their rationale and their reasons for seeking Ms. Banfield. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hubman.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Miller will address you, commissioners.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tara Miller, and with my colleague Alex DeGoo, we represent family members of Kristen Beaton and Aaron Tuck. We appreciate the ongoing collaboration with the Commission and Commissioner McDonald's invitation for us to all work together to make the factual foundation even better as we go forward. We also appreciate the Commission and Mr. Burrell's acknowledgement that there are still gaps and, of course, unanswered questions. And we are committed to working with the Commission to ensure that these factual gaps are closed and questions answered as best as can be. The work to close these gaps, Commissioners, and answer questions is very meaningful for the families. While it will never heal the gaps in their hearts and lives left by the murders of their loved ones, it is critical for them that they have as much information as possible to understand what happened on April 18th and 19th and the causes, context, and circumstances which led to the mass casualty, which fits exactly within the Commissioner's mandate. I share my friend's comments previously, and I won't retread that ground. However, I'm more focused on Lisa Banfield, Angel Patterson, and Sean Conlog, and how those three witnesses intersect to help provide and can help provide specific detail about a period of time which is really quite lacking right now. And that period of time, Commissioners, is of course the period of time on April 18th, leading up to the time when Ms. Banfield and the perpetrator are in the warehouse. So I'll take you through our analysis of that. Other than Ms. Banfield, of course, and certainly for those listening, Angel Patterson and Sean Conlog were very good friends of both Ms. Banfield and the perpetrator. We understand that from the statements that have been provided. They were also, along with Ms. Banfield, the last two individuals known to interact with the perpetrator before he embarked on the rampage. They have a very unique perspective, I would suggest, given their close friendship. They described Ms. Banfield and the perpetrator as family. They had traveled from the US to attend the perpetrator's surprise birthday party in July of 2018. Ms. Banfield and the perpetrator had actually gone to the US to take care of Mr. Conlog when he was recovering from surgery, closing their workplace. They stayed with him whenever they were in the US. And in early March of the year this tragedy happened, they were actually scheduled to come visit the perpetrator and Ms. Banfield in Nova Scotia, but that didn't happen because of COVID. So as these last three people very close to the perpetrator and those who had contact with him throughout the 18th, that sets the background for where I'll go next. I'll start with Ms. Banfield. While she has definitely provided various statements to the RCMP, there are gaps and we believe errors in the timeline and detail about what Ms. Banfield and the perpetrator did during the day on April 18th. And that's not included in the foundational document, Portapic 18th and 19th. This includes information about how they spent the day, where they went, and what they did. My friends have alluded to that, but I'll be a bit more specific in my submissions. I also believe that this dovetails with submissions we've seen, at least in writing, from the Coalition from Women's Shelters about there's nothing in these foundational documents to help make sense of whether the victims were specifically targeted by the perpetrator. And I think that does play into the evidence around what the perpetrator did during the day on the 18th. And like Mr. Bryson, I want to make it clear, there's no evidence to suggest Ms. Banfield had any awareness of that, but she was with him and she's the only one who can give us that clear detail about what they did, where they went, what was said. And we believe the gaps in this timeline will be key to ensuring the commissioners have a fulsome understanding of the events that led up to the carnage that then was unleashed later that night. There are also what could be perceived as inconsistencies from these three witnesses in terms of what happened that day, which do need to be addressed. And I will go through what those are as well. Ms. Banfield's statements provide us with the following information. If you look at them cumulatively, I'm going to go at a very high level here. She had breakfast. She went for an hour walk. They decided to go for a drive. to celebrate their anniversary. She packed a lunch and they went on a drive where they visited a penitentiary or drove by a penitentiary. They went to the DeBert bunker, which is of course where we know the perpetrator overnighted later that night and into the early morning of the 19th. They traveled to the bunker by going by way of Great Village and up Plains Road, which is what we understand was the location that was subsequently traveled by the perpetrator. They visited a denturist for an extended period of time in Amherst. And then the statements talk about coming home, washing the Jeep, and then going to the warehouse for drinks and to call friends, and those friends being Angel Patterson and Sean Conalog. Buried in a statement and in response to a specific question about, and this would be in COM 04070 at line 17291734, there is a question asked to Ms. Banfield about, quote, what do you know about Gina Goulet? And it is at that point that Ms. Banfield offers that during the day, they actually drove by her cottage and the perpetrator identified her cottage. But that is the type of detail that seems to come out just in response to a specific question that really didn't get covered and never gets covered in any other detail that she provides in the detail of the day. Her most extensive statement is the April 18th statement. It's 124 pages long. And this is a statement I just referenced where she's asked about what do you know about Gina Goulet at page 57. And the detail about the day before the perpetrator, Ms. Banfield, are in the warehouse is largely found at page 6 and 7. There isn't a lot of detail, is my point. The investigator returns to the subject of what happened earlier in the day at page 85, line 2639 to page 86. But that focuses solely on the visit to the bunker and the path through Great Village to Plains Road, nothing else. But we know from Ms. Patterson's statement and Mr. Conlog's statement that there were other events that day. I'll start with Ms. Patterson. Her statement, COM 12711, given on May 20th, 2020, she talks about having a number of contacts, certainly with Ms. Banfield during April 18th. She indicates that at around 2:33 p.m. her time, which I understand to be 3:30, 4 o'clock Nova Scotia time, her fiance, Mr. Conlog, which is a friend of hers, and herself, they were all at Mr. Conlog's house, and that they had some sort of a call, whether it's a FaceTime call or a call with the perpetrator and Ms. Banfield. And they were advised that they were, at that point, they were in a vehicle and they were told that they had been out all day cutting brush. And the brush, as I understand it when I read it, was in relation to a trail. And Ms. Patterson had some familiarity with this trail, having been at the cottage in the warehouse for the perpetrator's birthday. So this trail and the work to clear this trail was never mentioned in Ms. Banfield's statement. And it begs the question of, well, what trail were they clearing? Was this the trail in respect to 287, the lot 287 that Mr. Burrell showed us in earlier foundational document presentation? Again, this may just be something that was never really drilled down in with Ms. Banfield, but it is a clear piece of information that I suggest has relevance and is important in terms of the Commission's fulsome fact finding. Also, in this earlier call, Ms. Patterson says that she and Ms. Banfield talked about the commitment ceremony, that they had a conversation at that point, where Ms. Patterson shared some of her thoughts about the validity of that and why would you do that. They indicate it was a relatively short conversation and that the perpetrator, Ms. Banfield, were going to call them back after they got cleaned up because they'd been cleaning and clearing this trail. Then later in her statement, Ms. Patterson says that she's back and forth with calls with Ms. Banfield, not quite sure the detail of that. And again, this speaks to my collective submissions about Ms. Banfield, Ms. Patterson, and Mr. Conlog. All three of them, I believe, will be able to help the Commission by clearing up some of these gaps and inconsistencies and filling in this timeline, which is deficient up until the warehouse events. Ms. Patterson gives information that she hangs up finally around 7:41 p.m., which is 8:41 Nova Scotia time. But prior to that call and during that call, the perpetrator and Ms. Banfield are in the warehouse, and she is on this call alone, but with her niece and her niece's husband. And it is that point where they are shown this mock replica police car. She doesn't have a lot of detail about that, but she also, this is the conversation she has when she says some comments about not believing in marriage, which we heard in the foundational documents is something that Ms. Banfield gets upset about. And that's the end of that call. Moving now to Mr. Conlog. We have a statement of his, and I understand it has not yet been entered into evidence yet, but it will be at a later date, but I will refer to it. The COM number is 10421. And the only reason it hasn't been entered into evidence is just we haven't arrived at a point in the foundational documents where it would be. But Mr. Conlog at line 949 verifies that earlier in the day, there was a call at his home with Ms. Patterson and Ms. Banfield. He says he was working in the yard. He didn't have the time, but then they all left. Ms. Patterson and her fiance left his home. So this is, of course, the call that Ms. Patterson, I assume, references where they're talking to the perpetrator and Ms. Banfield about clearing the trail. No mention about having been out for a drive. The next reference for Mr. Conlog is at it's a timestamp in this document, so it's at 11:53:58 in the document number 10417. He says that he talked to both the perpetrator and Ms. Banfield on FaceTime, just he alone. The phone appeared to have been propped up in the warehouse on the bar. He says nothing about seeing the mock replica police car, but it's not clear if he was asked about that. And he says that they talked at about 5:30 his time, which would be 6:30 Nova Scotia time, and they talked for about 15 to 20 minutes. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary during that conversation. So I've taken some time, commissioners, to go through this in this detail because these are the gaps and inconsistencies in a timeline that really doesn't exist in any robust way, which I believe the commission and our clients believe the commission can make a material difference in filling in and clearing up any inconsistencies and gaps by calling each of these three witnesses to give evidence specifically with respect to that timeline. Now, I focused, as I said, my comments on that period of time, again, endorsing what my friends have said about Ms. Banfield globally as the person who had the most prolonged contact with the perpetrator. And I also believe that having this robust timeline will be of value to experts that the commission is also calling. We know that you're intending to have a report from Alexander Simpson predicting the risk of committing mass casualty events from psychiatric evidence. And I would suggest and submit that having a complete understanding of what they did that day, where they traveled, who they talked to, will be material in terms of this witness, that expert witness, in making sure that he has the most foundational, robust platform in which to make his expert report meaningful for the inquiry. Those are my submissions, commissioners, unless you have any questions for me.
Just one question, and it's a practical one. I would very much appreciate your advice on, or your submissions on. As you know, Ms. Patterson, Mr. Conlog are in the United States, and there is a challenge with us subpoenaing outside of the country. Not saying it's impossible, but it's a potential challenge. If we were to, obviously, as discussed earlier, we can't command Ms. Banfield to come to an interview, but if we were able to, get further information, the further information you're suggesting, would it be wise to start there and then see where that takes us and then assess whether or not we would need the two witnesses from the United States, or is it your submission that we need them anyway?
without knowing what they may say in terms of the commission contacting them for, as I understand, suggesting an interview, it's difficult to give you a response to that, Commissioner McDonald. What I would say is that we know there are inconsistencies in the information we have, which suggests to me that being able to test their evidence under oath versus that of what we understand in Ms. Banfield's would be critical for the families and Canadians to really have faith in understanding that what happened that day is accurate. Now, I appreciate the restriction with subpoena. However, one of the beautiful things about a commission is that we can be creative, not the traditional court. And certainly in public inquiries in Canada, Law and Practice, Rhonda Besner and Susan Lightstone, there's a chapter authored by the Honorable Denise Bellamy, and she led the inquiries in the Toronto computer leasing and Toronto external contract inquiries. And she actually talks about compelling the attendance of witness and the challenges with subpoenas. And in that case, she was not able to issue subpoenas outside of Ontario, but they had some creative ways they went about trying to get around that. And, you know, there's been no indication that I can see that Ms. Patterson or Mr. Conalog haven't fully cooperated when they've been contacted before. So, you know, I think subpoena is a tool, but it is not the only tool, thankfully, that the commission has when working with bringing witnesses. And certainly in this age of virtual technology, there are ways I think that creatively the commission could work with both of those individuals to ensure that Nova Scotians and Canadians hear their sworn evidence about what they recall that day and to build in that timeline. If that helps.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, there are two council who would like to respond to the requests that you've heard so far. I'm in your hands whether it would be wise to take a break now or to move to hear from those two individuals.
Let's take a break. I think we should carry on. That's okay.
Certainly. So I believe the next witness, the next council who will be addressing you is Ms. Merrigan, who will be attending by Zoom. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of the Coalition for the Participants, the Transition Houses Association of Nova Scotia, Be the Peace Institute, and Women's Shelters Canada. The Coalition has asked me to represent them today to reiterate their position that at this time, it is neither appropriate or trauma-informed to require Ms. Banfield to be called as a witness, as we suggested, for the following reasons. First, she's given several interviews. She's given significant evidence. Second, and I believe that her counsel will speak to this, she's facing criminal charges and has jeopardy issues associated. But more importantly to our coalition, requiring Ms. Banfield to relive this trauma and to face the criticism and the sort of detailed testing of evidence that's suggested by counsel this morning causes other victims of intimate partner and gender-based violence to fear the reporting process. We already have some suggestions in the evidence, in the disclosed evidence to date, that there was this fear on Ms. Banfield's part of reporting what was going on. And we think that subjecting Ms. Banfield at this point to that so early in these proceedings will send a message to victims of intimate partner violence that they could be subject to the same thing. It's the coalition's submissions that there are several gaps, that there is a lack of evidence on the relationships in Portapique, that there is a lack of evidence about many things that span not just April 18th, but much prior to that, about the relationships between the perpetrator and his partners, perpetrator and the community, and violence. However, we've been told repeatedly that phase one, this phase is about what happened April 18th to 19th. And so in terms of the evidence that Ms. Banfield can provide, it's our position that there are no huge gaps in that evidence and that the remaining evidence she could give would be more appropriate for phase two. Coalitions also asked me to express some concerns about the treatment in the foundational documents as they were presented on Monday by Mr. Burrell, specifically about the experience of violence by Lisa Banfield. And the issues with that are twofold. First, when discussing the documents and getting to the point of 123 Orchard Beach Drive, Mr. Burrow specifically states that this is where the mayhem starts and that this is where the violence really commenced. And in terms of Lisa Banfield's experience and the experience of intimate partner violence, this is a problematic and troubling statement coming from Commissioner Council in terms of the treatment of intimate partner violence and whether this is part of the entire experience of violence for predominantly women, but those experiencing gender-based violence. We also later in this presentation hear Commission Council distinguishing Lisa Banfield's evidence as being evidence that's just provided by Lisa Says, and those sorts of statements aren't made by any other lay witness about the evidence of any other lay witnesses. So these remarks distinguish the violence that Ms. Banfield has experienced, and by extension, the violence experienced by any victim of intimate partner violence, because it suggests that that violence isn't real, and it suggests that the victim is not an innocent party. And those statements, I think, cause us concern about further inquiries into the evidence that has already been given by Lisa Banfield. We support her counsel's submissions regarding her not being compelled to give further evidence at this point in the commission. Those are the submissions from the coalition on this witness, barring further questions from the commission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
And the final counsel who we'll hear from with regard to the evidence of Ms. Banfield, or the proposed evidence of Ms. Banfield, is Mr. Z, counsel for Ms. Banfield, who's also attending by Zoom.
Thank you, and good morning, members of the commission. Myself and Mr. Lockyer, we represent Ms. Banfield in her interest in this inquiry. Ms. Banfield has provided 4 lengthy recorded police statements that are before this inquiry. They have been used and inserted into the foundational documents that we've already heard from today. Her evidence and those police statements will be used in further foundational documents that have been at least disclosed to council at this point. We have provided written submissions regarding Ms. Banfield's current legal jeopardy. For that reason, we have been steadfast in our position that she will not, at this time, open herself up to further interviews. But we say that saying that if her legal jeopardy were to be gone, Ms. Banfield will cooperate fully with this inquiry, will subject herself to further interviews on questions that Commission Council may have or other council may have to get a better understanding of what the big picture is. But at least for today's perspective, this is not a question about the relationship with the perpetrator or the background of the perpetrator. That will be dealt with in forthcoming foundational documents and other documents, other parts of this inquiry. The focus is in on the events of April 18th and 19th. My friends, I've heard comments about sort of challenging Ms. Banfield's evidence. It seems to me Ms. Banfield is the only witness that's going to have her evidence challenged at this point. Second, perceived inconsistencies. Just because different people have different memories of an event does not mean, therefore, there are inconsistencies. It may just be a difference of memory. But in those 4 police statements that this inquiry does have and that your commission does have, Ms. Banfield did her best to outline the events from those 2 tragic days that she recalled. And the first statement being given the first day she's at the hospital. She gave a statement in full detail about what happened, what had transpired, where she'd been. She also did a reenactment. It's my submission that there are no factual issues that need to be addressed, that need to be clarified, that Ms. Banfield at this time can give via sworn evidence. I'll once again scroach that in saying that if the commission had an inconsistency or an issue they wanted to address, we would be willing to take that in writing and determine if there is a response from Ms. Banfield to those questions. We are willing to do that. But to our written submission, once again, we continue to say that Ms. Banfield at this time should not be called regarding the current foundational documents that are before this court, and that further broader issues of the relationship, the experiences in the relationship, are premature at this stage and would be better addressed at a different time, at a time when Ms. Banfield's legal jeopardy may be changed, and as set out in our written submissions, by that time would be willing to fully cooperate with this inquiry. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Commissioners, this is a case where on behalf of Commission Counsel, wanted to advise you that it's our view that the request to hear Ms. Banfield is premature. Some information about her was introduced this week in foundational documents. The Commission has produced a draft foundational document providing additional information about her background with the perpetrator, as well as information about her activities and experiences on April 18th and 19th. That document is based on statements that she's provided to the RCMP, as well as other information that the Commission has. That draft document has been shared with participants, and we will receive their feedback later this month. We will review that feedback with the aim of making the document as complete and thorough as possible. And that document will be presented in public proceedings. At that point, the Commission will be in a much better position to decide if it wishes to hear from Ms. Banfield as a witness. You also heard Mr. Z's comments with regard to Ms. Banfield's upcoming trial. And we've invited Ms. Banfield for an interview, and she has declined because of the criminal matter. Other witnesses have also declined to speak with us, and we do not have the power to compel someone to meet with us, only to testify. While her trial does not prevent the Commission from calling her as a witness in our proceedings, given the number of questions we have for her and our interest in hearing from her on a number of topics, including the events of the April 18th and 19th, we think it would make more sense to wait and reassess the situation in early April, when we expect her trial will be complete. We know that the Commission must complete its work by November 2022, and so we will monitor the situation closely. Those are all the submissions with regard to Ms. Banfield. We can, again, if you have questions, we're happy to address them. Take a break or continue to hear from counsel with regard to other witnesses.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Hill. I think it's time for a break. And thank you so much, counsel, for your helpful submissions. And we'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and we'll resume in 15 minutes.
Chess. I like chess. And poker. And brown envelopes. Those who know, know. Now, I do hope that, let me see here. There will be, or there has been, one moment, some amendments made to, one moment, please. To lawsuit. Okay, so I blurred out the names. Sorry, it's an old file. Older. So this is the amended claim against the RCMP by the families. Just I've taken samples from it. That the families plead that Wortman's first victim was Lisa Banfield. Sometime prior to 10 p.m. April 18th, Wortman assaulted her and escaped into the forest and hid there approximately till 6:30 in the morning. Repeat the foregoing and plead that the RCMP failed to investigate and or take action in relation to reports that it received prior to the spree that Wortman was physically abusive to women, and that in fact, he physically abused women. I do hope that this has now been amended, because basically what they're saying in this claim is that they agree with it. Okay? So if they are now of the mind that possibly this is not true, they should amend this, right? Otherwise, it won't ever come into question. Because essentially, the plaintiffs, and in this case, the defense being the AGC, RCMP, several other entities, in defense in a civil suit, are agreeing. It's not a technically an agreed statement of facts, but why would it ever come into question? So I do hope that this has changed. Let's go to some of your comments here. Need to rewatch. Be right back. All right, Peter's out. Some very good points raised there by the lawyers for families. Excellent job, Sandra, Tara. Connections. Greatly, I also hope that Tara will get the credit that she is due in terms of recognition. This has been a sad one. Maybe that might happen. Brown envelopes. Lots of them. It's very interesting to watch how that's done. Do you see why they did not take the break, right? Because if they had taken the break at that point in time, people's minds would keep churning. You guys would keep talking. Most people who were watching this would keep talking. And what, of course, are they going to be talking about, thinking about? What's going to set in their minds is the arguments that they lay down. But if you finish with, oh, no, assault, etc., that's very strategic. Okay. I don't know as I explain myself well very often. Cryptic, some people say. $15? You think it's going to be 15 minutes? The nervousness, yes. Four statements instead of 6. There were so many lines in there. You know, they're using veiled language, but obviously a lot of you are seeing through it. Still continuing to write the narrative. What the fuck, man? If there's obviously such a strong supportive case for Lisa Banfield's position, which I don't 100% discount, you can never, but you would have all kinds of evidence. The key questions now are, did the RCMP test her for GSR? Test her for DNA, as in victim's DNA? Is there fingerprints on anything like the gun? Did they run CPIC on her? Does she have a PAL, acquisition license, firearms acquisition license? How much of a victim is she? What is the Pointer car about? There's a much bigger story at play here, and you're all part of it. So it's your guys' research and things like that. So, excuse me, please keep up the pressure. Sorry, I'm just scrolling back through comments here. I want to talk about anything that they may have missed. Chess, lots of chess. I think he has a clue, Becca. They have a clue. Non-answers, so it's very strategic. Thank you for your question. I like how that one always finishes off with that. Thank you for your question. That's part of it. We appreciate you bringing that to our attention, which is code, of course. Wow, lots of rah-rahs, basically. Foundational documents look like shit. Commissioners should be embarrassed. Their credibility circling down the drain. Again, you're going to be proud of this one. You're going to do the right job, or you're going to play the game? You want to play the game, people can play. People can play. I'm not very good at chess, but I still play some. All right. She reported that she only knew Gabe was smuggling smokes, not aware of recent illegal activity. Really? Again, I think given the facts that we've looked at, everything is open and on the table. What do we really know? I'm glad the tape was raised. Lots of great stuff was raised there. I'm saddened about the road, because the road, I don't know if anybody clipped the video. I haven't had an opportunity yet of the drone footage. I have to kind of poo-poo that a lot. Break starting at 10:52. Good. So you guys got the timer on. So we're now into 12 minutes. Is that correct? I used to have a video once a long time ago about somebody, brown envelopes. Went down to Ontario. Love that one. That was a good video. Shook things up. Okay. My guess, 34 minutes. Okay, so you guys got bets on it. How many of you have had a chance to download the new files? Have a leaf through them. Please get as many copies as you can and put them onto data sticks and things so they don't, I don't know, revise them. Was that? Yeah. They've ever revised. Right? Jenga. Well, Jenga some. Jenga can go more, but people have opportunities. Very important to have opportunities to do the right thing. Halfway through downloading, they're making it very difficult, as I saw. Like they're not making it easy, right? I mean, you could just go in there and they could have I don't understand technical stuff, but just kind of have a dump and you just hit download all. No, they want you to sit there and download each file and save as. How many documents are they up to now? It was 102, I believe, last night. Where are we at? Please stand by. Let's see. Where are we at here? 102, 106. So we've got 4 more. Okay. Some interesting ones in here. Lots of people paying attention. Why don't the families, lawyers, request a delay, as it will take months to go through all the documents being dumped? Now, I've seen an argument made elsewhere to expedite things in a different scenario, which I think was not beneficial to those that may have been served, but it is important to have time. If you're going to do the right, you're going to do it right, you better do it right the first time, and because this is going to be the only crack at it, essentially publicly, aside from a lawsuit, which you will be able to get access to at a later point, provided that there's not a seal put on it. So I would argue that do this right. Don't, rush, slapdash. That argument may surface. Listen, there's enough that trauma that's gone around, etc. I can't speak.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes.
Speak at the 2-minute warning. Where are we at? What time? Okay, running a little over, but A lot of powwows, I'm sure, going on in the back room. But I'd say, as long as the families are on board with that predominantly, and again, you are a participant in this because you are the public, and this is for you too. And there, that argument may be floated, the trauma, etc. Just get it over with. Well, I don't know. No mention of the Clayfield Denture Clinic. Yes. Interesting. The revision is fluid and dynamic. Already compiling notes, says Kendall. Kendall knows this road. Yes, Scott Schaefer and Sean Conlog are different people. No, they may have a relationship. Elks Club. Not sure what that. I haven't explored that a ton yet. Though I am aware of some of it. Okay. Just from research. I do hope that, again, that the lawsuit will get further revised, because then that way questions will be asked of Lisa. No, nobody wants that. Just amend it. Just amend it. She can be subpoenaed, but she won't answer. Plus, they, like I said in that video, I don't know, way back when they announced the casualty omission, and great of you guys all to keep saying it's not inquiry, because it's not. And in the video that I explained that, there were 3 outs that they also built into it so that she wouldn't have to answer questions irrespective of her case. So they've got a lot of ways out here, but okay.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Commissioner McDonald, just before we continue, just 2 pieces of housekeeping. Ms. Miller referred to 2 documents, and we think it would be useful to have those formally entered as exhibits.
Thank you.
The first is COM 10421. That is a transcript of an interview that was conducted with Sean Conlog.
That'll be exhibit 208.
Thank you.
The second is COM 10417, and that's an RCMP task action report that's related to that interview. I could ask that that also be marked as an exhibit.
That'll become exhibit 209.
Thank you, Madam Registrar. And as I indicated earlier, exhibits will be available on our website, although not immediately.
Thank you.
Wanted to, Commissioner McDonald, provide just Commission Counsel's comments with regard to the other 2 witnesses Ms. Miller spoke about, Sean Conlog and Angel Patterson. As you advised, both of these witnesses live in the United States. I can advise that Sean Collog was interviewed by the RCMP and by the Commission, and these interviews have been disclosed to the participants. Some of the information that is shared is dealt with in a foundational document focused on the perpetrator's firearms, which has been shared in draft form with the participants and will be eventually entered into evidence within proceedings. Angel Patterson was interviewed by the RCMP. Commission investigators have made efforts to locate her and have not been successful. As you noted, the Commission does not have the power to compel witnesses outside the country. If these are witnesses the commissioners feel are important to hear from, an invitation to attend voluntarily may be issued to Ms. Patterson or Mr. Conlog if Ms. Patterson can be located. Additionally, Commission staff can look further into the issue of compelling their attendance. It may be impossible, but we can certainly look further into this issue if these are witnesses that the Commission feels they should, further steps should be taken with regard to.
Thank you.
The next individuals who Council would like to make submissions with regard to are David Faulkner and Deb Thibault. The request comes from Ms. Hutman. I will just advise before Ms. Hutman begins that Ms. Thibault is represented by Patterson Law, and they have indicated that they support Ms. Hutman's application.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Thank you, Ms. Hill. Yes, I would like to make, and there will be relatively brief comments with respect to these two civilian witnesses. And I will just briefly outline our reasons why we feel it is important to hear further from them. They both have provided interviews, but we believe that keeping in mind the mandate of the Commission, which guides your work, that consideration of our proposal for these witnesses should be done for the reasons I will hopefully articulate for you. Mr. David Faulkner, who's interviewed by the Commission and whose interview I believe has already been entered as a result of supporting documents for one of the foundation documents. It is found at COM 40424, was one of the few people who also saw the perpetrator as he moved around Portapique on the night of April 18th. Mr. Faulkner has given a statement to the MCC investigators and has indicated it has been referenced in the foundational documents. Mr. Faulkner describes his observations of the perpetrator at 71 Orchard Beach Drive and the interaction between the perpetrator and Mr. Andrew McDonald's vehicle at that time, and as he followed Mr. McDonald's vehicle and the perpetrator up Orchard Beach Road, and then Mr. Faulkner, as Mr. McDonald did, exited towards Portapique Beach Road. Mr. Faulkner had observations of the vehicle of the perpetrator, and it is our submission that it's important to call Mr. Faulkner for further exploration of what he viewed and his interaction with the officer that he met at the head of Portapique Beach Road, or just in from the intersection. At that time, as Mr. Faulkner was seeking to flee the area with his family, we do know from both Constable DeSalt's statements and Mr. Faulkner's that they had interaction after the interaction of the constable with Mr. McDonald and his wife. We think that there's a need to further explore that interaction between Mr. Faulkner and the police member at the scene. There is, we would suggest, some inconsistencies in Constable DeSalt's explanation of what he spoke to Mr. Faulkner about. Mr. Faulkner had a bit more detail in terms of the questions he was asked by Constable DeSalt. we think it's important to drill down more into whether exactly what Mr. Faulkner conveyed or what questions Constable Basalt did or didn't ask Mr. Faulkner about his presence in the community and what he may or may not have seen. We think that this is a gap regarding the interaction of the police member and Mr. Faulkner, and it's an opportunity, we think, to further explore and to supplement the information that currently exists. And it goes, we would suggest, to the commissioner's mandate in dealing with the response of the police and their operational activities and so on. And we think that this area is still somewhat vague and unclear, and that hopefully throughout the proceedings, through testimony from Mr. Faulkner and perhaps further down the road from Constable Basalt as well, we can get a clearer picture of the factual details of what was shared at that particular point in time. So we think that this is an important witness and an opportunity to further supplement the information and the factual basis or the factual underpinnings of that exchange, and that it is an important piece for the commissioners to pursue. So those would be my submissions with respect to Mr. Faulkner, if you have any questions in that regard.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sutton.
The next witness that I would like to speak to is Deborah Thibault. Ms. Thibault has provided a statement through an interview with the commission investigators, which has just recently been provided, but is not an exhibit. Her statement is in document COM 51438, and I would ask the Madam Registrar if we could have that marked as an exhibit, please.
That'll become Exhibit 210.
Thank you. Our interest in having Ms. Thibault called is relates to some inconsistencies or differing information that comes from her through her statement in respect of the access point from the east end of Cobequid Court to the Blueberry Field Road. Ms. Thibault and her husband resided in the house right at that location. She provides some significant information in her statement about their activities and their role in the barrier, post and barrier that existed at that location for the community and on behalf of the Blueberry Field owners, I understand it. We believe that her testimony or her evidence in her statement is somewhat inconsistent and does not completely jive with information provided to the commission by Staff Sergeant Al Carroll in his interview relating, which is at COM 19386. That information from Staff Sergeant Carroll refers to attending at that location on the morning of April 19th as he entered in Portapique and provided some relief and supervision on officers maintaining crime scenes and so on. There's a difference in terms of the description of the condition of this barrier, and we feel that that there needs to be more clarity and more examination of the evidence of each of those people who made observations of that, and so the commission can explore and have a better understanding of what that situation was at that time. Ms. Thibault and her husband were not present. They had left the community on the day of the 18th for personal reasons. Obviously, we're not able to return right away, but my understanding is it was probably on the following Monday, and she made observations both before leaving in terms of that barrier and when she returned. And as I say, it appears to differ from the other information that is in the other, from the other witness in the other documents. So we suggest that this is both a gap and inconsistencies or differences of evidence that should be further explored due to the importance of the theory of how the perpetrator left the community and made his way and eluded police that night. So those are our points with respect to the need to call Ms. Thibault.
Thank you so much.
Just going back to your submissions with respect to Mr. Faulkner, could you be a bit more specific for me with respect to how the inconsistencies that you referenced are material to the factual foundation for us?
I think it's important to determine with clarity exactly what transpired between them, so that it's clear what information Constable Batsalik had in terms of moving forward in his decisions that night from that point on.
And sorry, how would Mr. Faulkner be able to assist?
Well, I think it's important to determine, and it's not clear to me from reading each of the recounts of these individuals, what the full exchange between them was, whether or not Mr. Faulkner was perhaps asked questions that one might have thought he would have been asked about leaving this crime scene, this incident. And I think it's important to know exactly what was canvassed with him. And I'm not sure, in our opinion, that's not clear from either of the explanations to date.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, just to provide a bit of information with regard to these two individuals. Mr. Faulkner, as Ms. Putman indicated, was interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission, and that interview is already an exhibit in these proceedings. I understand that efforts to follow up with him with regard to some new questions have as of yet been unsuccessful. With regard to Ms. Thibault, I should indicate Mr. Faulkner's interview was referenced in the Portapique April 18th and 19th foundational document, primarily at paragraphs 121 to 133. Ms. Thibault also conducted an interview with the Mass Casualty Commission. It was also relied on in the Portapique April 18th, 19th foundational document, primarily at paragraphs 51 and 53. Although at the time that the document went out, the transcript hadn't been completed, although that has occurred now. The interview that Ms. Hutman referred to with Staff Sergeant Al Carroll is already an exhibit in these proceedings. The next witnesses council would like to speak with you about are Brenda Forbes and Peter Griffin. It is Miss Merrigan from the coalition made up of the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, Women's Shelter Canada, and Be the Peace Institute, who would like to address you on this point, and she will be doing so by Zoom.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing me again. The coalition has proposed 2 additional witnesses to be heard from in relation to the Portapique documents. It's the coalition's position that the existing foundational document doesn't contain enough evidence regarding the context of whether individual victims were specifically targeted by the perpetrator or whether they died as a part of a random encounter. We're asking Commission Council or the Commission to address this gap in the information surrounding the nature of the perpetrator's relationship with each of the victims, if any, the information about the perpetrator's reputation in the Portapique community, specifically relating to the propensity for violence, both gender-based and otherwise, and then information known to the Portapique community about the perpetrator's ownership of police vehicles and of firearms. So Coalition's position that Brenda Forbes is in a good position to give more information than she has based on her interview, and I apologize. I'm not sure if this forms part of the evidence that's already been submitted at document number 3883. That's the interview with Brenda Forbes and her partner, I believe. And so the coalition would suggest that that is a start to some information, but that information requires more development, whether that's by interviewing Ms. Forbes again. And in our written submissions, we suggested that perhaps if there is a fear for safety on Ms. Forbes' behalf, as she did indicate that in her interview, that some accommodations may be able to be made pursuant to the rules set out by the commission. If it pleases the commission, the submissions for Peter Griffin are quite similar, except for we don't have an interview with Mr. Griffin. Mr. Griffin does have some brief interactions with police in their interviews that indicate that he would very likely have information about the perpetrator's relationships in the Portapique area, his access to police vehicles specifically, and his access potentially to firearms as well. The documents do also note that Mr. Griffin felt he was targeted by the perpetrator, felt that the perpetrator may have come to his door. So given that he has not cooperated, it's the coalition's position that a subpoena may be the only way to get this very important information from Mr. Griffin, and that he and Ms. Forbes would be appropriate witnesses to call if a subpoena is the only way to do that. Certainly open to a trauma-informed approach that would allow either or both of those witnesses to either testify in camera or to be given an opportunity to testify in another trauma-informed process that would provide them some safety while still obtaining the information that we think the coalition is insistent. This is very important information to understand the events that occurred April 18th and 19th in the context of those events. Those would be our submissions on those two witnesses. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, with regard to Ms. Forbes, this is another case where it's the view of Commission Counsel that this request is premature. Ms. Forbes has provided interviews both with the RCMP and the Commission, and all of which have been shared with the participants. Her information is relied on in two foundational documents, one of which has been shared in draft form with participants and one which will be shared soon. We will review the feedback that we receive on those documents and would suggest that we would make decisions about what evidence may be needed to fill gaps at that time. With regard to Peter Griffin, as Ms. Merrigan indicated, Mr. Griffin did provide statements to the RCMP, which are relied on in the Portapique 1819 document. He has declined to be interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission. His email to that effect has been shared with participants. The next request to hear from a witness is with regard to Bjorn Mersbach, and it is Ms. Miller who would like to make that application to you.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Hello again, Commissioners. My submissions with respect to Bjorn Mersbach, Mr. Mersbach has provided a statement, and it was referenced in the Portapique 18th and 19th foundational document, so it's an exhibit already. But my submissions with response to Mr. Mersbach are with respect to helping the Commission have a better understanding dealing with the area of Cobequid Court. As we understand, there's no evidence or very limited evidence before the Commission dealing with the identification and discovery of the Cobequid Court crime scenes. Furthermore, information relating to the timeline of the deaths of residents living on Cobequid Court, and that would be Aaron Tuck, Emily Tuck, Jolene Oliver at 41 Cobequid Court, and Joy and Peter Bond at 46 Cobequid Court is sparse. And Mr. Burrell acknowledged that in his presentation. So with a view to the mandate of the commission to assess the response of the police and also steps taken to inform, support, and engage members of the community, that's the lens in which I'm framing these comments with respect to Mr. Merzbeck. We submit that Mr. Merzbeck could provide further helpful information. We understand that he relayed a list of the deceased in the community, which included the Tuck family, to Leon Jodry early on the morning of April 19th. This, of course, was prior to the bodies of these individuals being discovered by the RCMP, which we understand happened in and around 3:20 p.m. that afternoon. This information is not canvassed in the statements provided by Mr. Merzbeck or Mr. Jodry. However, Mr. Jodry does say in his statement, which is an exhibit number I don't have handy, but it's COM number 09109 at line 2157, that Mr. Merzbeck had called him on the morning of the 19th and filled him in on a, quote, a little bit more stuff, end quote, which we understand means a list of the deceased. So the question which naturally arises, commissioners, is how Mr. Merzbeck was able to determine this information, as well as the fact that the RCMP were not on scene at Cobequid Court until well after the area was supposed to have been canvassed through the night with door-to-door members' efforts. Those are gaps, and we will speak tomorrow about this same issue with relation to police officers, but those are gaps which must be addressed to ensure the Commission's review of causes, context, and circumstances is fulsome. In addition, there are also some gaps and or errors in Mr. Merzbeck's whereabouts through the late evening hours of April 18th, and I'm going to reference certain paragraphs of the foundational document, the Portapique foundational document. At paragraph 140, there's reference to his wife's statement indicating the entire family was sheltering in place at 11:14 p.m. Paragraph 144 of that same document states that Mr. Merzbeck stayed on Orchard Beach Drive property to protect his residence. This was after he ensured his family was able to safely leave. However, at paragraph 197, he's reported to be at a neighbor's property on Portapique Beach Road, which is inconsistent with the information in the earlier paragraph that he stays on his own property to protect it through the night. And the reference there is that he's at paragraph 197, that he's at the Murphy property sometime after 11:22. So these are questions that raise some lingering questions, rather, if Mr. Merzbeck understandably may have been out in the community, and if he observed things, certainly if it is accurate that he was able to relay early in the morning of the 19th, a list of the deceased to another community member. I think we need to hear that from Mr. Merzbeck and the circumstances which lent themselves to him being able to come into that information. And lastly, to pick up on comments of Ms. Merrigan, who was just joined us by Zoom, and with her comment that it would be helpful to have a sense of whether some of the victims were specifically targeted by the perpetrator. We do understand that Mr. Merzbeck was the president of the Orchard Beach Estates Association. So this would have been, as I understand it, all of the roads in Portapique that were not the Portapique Beach Road, that were private roads. And he would perhaps be in a really good position to provide evidence on the nature of relationships, the exact kind that Ms. Merrigan was looking, given his sense of relationships around the community. Subject to any questions from the commissioners, those are submissions with respect to the value, and Mr. Merzbeck could add in filling in some gaps and inconsistencies.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
With regard to Mr. Merzbeck, as Ms. Miller indicated, he did speak with the RCMP, and that statement is already an exhibit in these proceedings. Information about the identification and discovery of the Cobequid Court crime scenes is not dealt with in the Portapic documents, as Ms. Miller indicated. And in fairness to the participants, it is dealt with in a foundational document which they have not yet seen a draft of. And so that sort of piece of the narrative it has not yet been sort of fully explored. So if, with regard to the potential benefit Mr. Merzbach's information may provide to that, my suggestion is that it would be best to wait for the opportunity for the participants to review that information, give feedback, and identify if there are remaining gaps that Mr. Merzbach or others could fill. If there are broader questions aside from that particular point that the Commission wishes to have canvassed with Mr. Merzbach, I can advise that he has not been formally interviewed by the Commission. He has spoken to Commission staff when Commission staff were in the community doing work. And I think the suggestion would be that if there are areas that should be explored with him, perhaps we could explore whether we could find out those answers to those specific questions in an interview, and then revisit the question of whether he would need to be called as a witness.
Thank you.
The final non-RCMP witness that is proposed is with regard to an issue of some information that's included in the foundational document about GPS coordinates. And I understand that Ms. Najawan would like to address you with regard to the need for a potential expert in this area.
Thank you. Ms. Najawan.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nasha Najawan. I'm appearing on behalf of the National Police Federation. The NPF represents RCMP members below the rank of staff sergeant who were involved in the police response and subsequent investigation relating to the mass casualty event. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to a gap which the National Police Federation has identified with respect specifically to the Portapic documents as presented to date. As noted in earlier correspondence with the Commission, pursuant to Rule 28, the National Police Federation has requested that the Commission conduct further investigation by seeking an expert able to interpret the data presented in a particular document, which is exhibited now and which can be found at COM number 3863. This document provides GPS location data from Lisa McCulley's cell phone from the night of April 18th, 2020. In the foundational document, Portapic, April 18th to 19th, Commission Counsel has drawn significant inferences from a particular piece of this data. It forms the basis of a hypothesis of the time of Ms. McCulley's murder, which in turn informs available hypotheses about the order of the other murders committed by the perpetrator and his movement in the community. The Commission has determined that this question is material and important to its mandate by including it in the foundational documents, and we agree. However, it is the NPF's submission that the inferences drawn by Commission Counsel and presented in the foundational document are not apparent from the face of the document. This document shows various locations for Ms. McCulley's phone based on GPS data, even after the time that we know her to be deceased because her body had been discovered. It is not apparent on the face of the document which data points are most reliable or why, and what the basis is for the inference that has been presented. The NPF's request at this time is simply for the Commission's investigative team to provide participants with a report from an expert who is able to interpret this data so that we all may better understand the strength of the inference that has been drawn. Whether this report needs to be presented through oral testimony before the Commission is, of course, first a question of discretion for Commission Counsel. We are not at this time asking that the Commission exercise its subpoena powers under Rule 37 to address this gap. However, depending on the results of any available expert evidence on this particular technical issue, the NPF would reserve the right to do so at a later stage in the proceedings. And I'm happy to take any questions about that point.
Thank you so much, Ms. Najawan.
Thank you.
Ms. Hill?
Commissioners, we understand that the commission is, as Mr. Jawan said, in the process of collecting further information about the GPS coordinates available from Ms. McCauley's phone, which may assist with understanding what inferences can reasonably be drawn. So it suggests at this time that once this information is collected and shared with participants, NPF and other participants can decide if they wish to re-raise this issue at that time.
Thank you.
Commissioners, those are all the submissions with regard to non-RCMP witnesses that participants asked to be able to address you about. We, as I indicated earlier, have received an application for a proposed expert report. And it's our proposal that that issue be dealt with completely tomorrow. But in order to understand what issues are at play and where council should focus their submissions, we thought it might be useful to invite Mr. Jawan, counsel for NPF, to set out just to explain what the expert report is that she proposes to tender, and then hear from other council if any wish to object and the nature of their objections, so that we have a sense of what it is that we will be discussing tomorrow. Also to provide guidance to Mr. Jawan as to whether she should be making the witness available.
Thank you so much. Would like your advice on, it's 11:45. We could break now and hear from Ms. Najawan after lunch, which of course we would be happy to do, as well as from other participants. Or we can hear from her now, and that would give the lunchtime for other participants to respond. But
that latter suggestion might make the most sense if it's agreeable. Just it's been a busy week with a lot of information flowing back and forth, and so I think being able to give participants who are responding to this application an opportunity to decide amongst themselves how they might want to address it this afternoon, knowing that the full arguments will be made tomorrow, but just to be able to sort of set out that roadmap this afternoon.
Thank you.
I should also just note that prior to receiving the NPF's application, commission staff had reached out to the proposed expert, Dr. Carlton, about the possibility of participating in a roundtable in phase 2 of our proceedings. And so information about these discussions have been disclosed to participants.
Thank you. Ms. Najawan?
Sorry. Hello again, commissioners. Tomorrow, you are going to hear applications from Participants Council about the need for the commission to hear sworn live testimony from 17 NPF members whose responses to the events in Portapique are detailed in Portapique foundational documents. The question for the commissioners is to determine whether, as set out in Rule 37, the attendance of these witnesses is necessary. The commission has set out the bases on which necessity will be determined, namely a gap, a dispute, or to provide important context. The NPF's most important role in these proceedings is to provide support to our members while they are involved in the commission's work, in recognition of the fact that all of them have been exposed to a potentially very serious psychologically traumatic event, and that they are all grieving the loss of one of their colleagues. They are, in this capacity, individuals deeply and directly affected by the events. They are people more than just their uniforms. In doing so, the NPF has and will continue to advocate for the Commission's application of a trauma-informed approach as mandated by its orders in council, to the manner in which the Commission designs its processes and interacts with our members. In order for the NPF to properly represent its members' interests, we must come to a common understanding about what impacts trauma has on public service personnel, including police officers, and how this may be different from the ways in which we understand trauma in respect of the victims of crime and their families. Tomorrow, I will make submissions to that the Commission is obliged to consider the role of its trauma-informed mandate in considering whether subpoenas should issue for the live testimony of our members at the request of various participants. In order to make those submissions, I will need to explain how the exposure to a mass casualty has impacted our members, with particular reference to the way in which they, as police officers, experience the traumatic events, not just on the day of an exposure like the mass casualty, but throughout their careers. I will also need to tell you how our members particularly have experienced their involvement with the Commission's investigations to date, so that you may consider that whether you are prepared to risk causing them more harm by requiring them to appear before you after having already completed interviews with your team. I do not expect you to take my word for it. I also do not expect you to already understand or to be able to take notice of this complex area of emerging research in the field of psychology, which is not well integrated into our common view of police officers. I note that no expert reports have yet been commissioned by the Commission on this issue, and that none of the Commission's mental health team possesses this specific expertise. Accordingly, tomorrow I will seek to tender into evidence 2 affidavits so that the Commission may consider our arguments about trauma when considering the Rule 37 applications from the other participants. The first affidavit contains an expert report from Dr. Nick Carlton, a professor at the University of Regina in the Department of Psychology, a registered doctoral clinical psychologist in Saskatchewan, and the scientific director of the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment. Dr. Carlton's report provides some necessary foundational information about the potential impact of the events on involved members, how they may be exhibiting or dealing with the resulting trauma, impacts of that trauma, and what requiring live testimony might mean for these members. The second affidavit I will seek to admit is from Brian Sauvé, the president of the National Police Federation. It includes the results of a survey conducted recently by the National Police Federation of its members who have already engaged in the Commission's interview process over the past several months. This information illustrates the actual impact to date on our members and will make real the potential re-traumatization of individual members from the Commission's process. I will be making more complete submissions on the NPF's position with respect to the necessity of specific members attending tomorrow. But for now, I just wish to alert the Commission to this threshold issue, which is the NPF's submission that in order to properly consider whether or not to grant these Rule 37 applications, the Commission must make meaningful notice of trauma as it impacts the witnesses that it may subpoena, and for that, additional evidence is required.
Just one practical question,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Njown. Can I take it from your submission that this is, you use the word threshold, so this is a threshold issue? Is it your submission that that has to be dealt with before we get into the arguments proper on the potential witnesses that the other participants wish to hear from?
So the NPF submission about how the Commission must apply its trauma-informed mandate in considering the requests is that it comes into play sort of at 2 stages. The first stage, we say, this idea of remaining trauma-informed and making decisions with an eye to cause the least harm is baked into every decision the Commission must make. And so when considering the necessity of a witness's testimony, the idea of potential trauma must be baked into that analysis. However, with respect to specific individuals, so that's at a general level, and that's the general argument which the evidence which I seek to admit will inform. Because as I said, I don't expect you to take my word for it. However, we will also be submitting tomorrow that on an individual basis, the Commission may need to make personal individual considerations of the actual experience of that member based on evidence that may already be before the Commission through their interviews, or based on evidence that may need to be brought before the commission once that initial question of necessity is considered. But we remain steadfast in our submission that necessity can't be considered in a vacuum outside of trauma. We still have to think about weighing the general impact that we know will exist for any person who has been impacted by these events, the necessity or the usefulness of their testimony to the commission's mandate. Of course, it would be helpful to the commission. Of course, it would be best if everybody could explain in their own first-person voice what they experienced, but at what cost? That'll be our submission tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. I was just, and I apologize, I didn't make myself clear. I was just looking at the practicalities for this afternoon and,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you know, and or whether we would have to.
So
I'm not suggesting we have to, I just would like your thoughts on it.
So I'm very sorry for misunderstanding your question. In terms of whether or not the evidence is admitted, we would say that has to be dealt with as a threshold issue. I understand it's going to be dealt with in the morning. And so you may hear again from me on that topic, depending on the position of other participants, before we move into a case-by-case consideration of each member, because as I say, it's a part of the analysis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, Lady Allen, just before, if you leave, am I clear to understand, as you've laid out the concerns, that the MPF would be agreeable to other forms of bringing information forward to the commission to fill some of those gaps that we may have? So, for example, we've heard from the coalition the ability of the inquiry to ask questions in a number of ways. So that may be something that you're going to address, but I'm presuming that there would be some interest in ensuring that those that can talk will have the opportunity.
Absolutely. It will be the MPF submission that all of our members are interested in serving the work of the commission. All wish to be helpful. In fact, they wish so much to be helpful that they may be willing to extend themselves beyond what is appropriate for their own wellness. And so it would be our submission that you should not ask them to do too much. You should ask them to do what is necessary, and that on an individualized basis, we should look at what evidence is already available, what questions must be asked of the members, and find ways to allow them to participate meaningfully in a trauma-informed way, which in our submission will not include live testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Of course, we'll hear from participant council. You'll have to collaborate, I guess, during the break, and we'll hear from you in an order in which I trust you can agree upon. Thank you. We'll break now until 1 o'clock.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1 o'clock.
Okay, lots of stuff. I find it hard to, I was just texting that to Tara, I find it hard to catch everything because my mind is going, I don't know about you guys, but okay, so since phones were discussed, now I think we can talk about a couple things. Let's see what I've got here. Okay, I have a few files. So if you didn't get the logs, I need, if any of you are out there that understand cell phone logs, like that detailed cell phone log, I would appreciate very much your input, well, as always, anybody's input, in interpreting them, because I can't quite understand them 100%. Where did that folder go? So again, the link, I'll throw it in. This is specifically to do with Lisa Banfield's log. 444 pages. Interesting number. So in going through the ITOs, let's see, which one is it here? Nope. Is it this one? Sorry, one moment. Kind of related, but not overly. I'm not finding what I'm looking for here. So we were told originally that there was no cell phone. Wortman had no cell phone. Is that correct? Let's go to this one. I notice things pop out on the internet. But anyway, have these for a while. Lisa Banfield's phone, search of Lisa Banfield's phone. In contacts were noted, I feel, what was relevant. Gabriel with a telephone number. 2210-0496. This is a cell number owned by TELUS Mobility. Some of you may have seen that. I believe it was on the tweeters. What was the date, though, that I got that? November 20th. So, even though I've seen it in January, it's not new information to me. But to keep the things in the pocket. Now, let's see, there's some more that's relevant to that. So how is it that Gabriel doesn't have a cell phone? Not understanding. Lisa didn't possess a cell phone. How many times were we told that? In the warrants too. Lisa said in her original statement before she spoke to Vardy, no cell phone. Vardy, lie detector. In her second statement, she didn't mention it, and I haven't had a chance to look at the other statements. Gabriel Wortman did not possess a cell phone. This is coming from Angela. In her sworn affidavits. Lisa Banfield stated that Gabriel Wortman did not have a cell phone, damaged her cell phone. April 18th. I further believe that Lisa Banfield's phone, after it was damaged, burned in the fires as well. Sworn the 11th day of June, 2020. Now, when did they obtain her cell phone? let's see, is this the one I want to look at? The model number. I want the model number, which is an Apple phone 10. Is that, or what is it? IX or XR, I think it is. Okay, so when they sought the warrant for her phone, this was some of the relevant information that Celebrate picks up. So I mentioned Celebrate yesterday, I think. May have mentioned it a couple times before. So they ping data, device locations, GPS systems, metadata, wireless networks. Okay, so, you know, lots of people know, of course, you've got location on your phone, right? You know, you can swipe down or whatever it is on Apple and turn on and off your location like that does anything. It doesn't, because interestingly enough, there's all kinds of different ways. Even if the GPS was disabled, which it never does, honestly, there are other ways to obtain location data, such as Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. There's a variety of ways. I don't claim to be an expert in that area, but in anything probably. But there are a whole bunch of ways to ping data, ping specifically locations. Now, there were a whole bunch of locations listed in her warrants. Let's see. There were a couple of things I did find that were of relevance in my very cursory look. I got to go into the typophone and stuff. So, according to the logs, this is very small. I understand that. Is that helpful? So if we go to this is the actual file that's on the Mass Casualty Commission, 444 pages. Any of the stuff that's highlighted is happening after, this one should be highlighted also. Happening after the night in question that she supposedly ran away into the forest. Again, not saying she didn't, just saying if this is her actual phone, I find it interesting that she's making phone calls, 9 minutes, 34 minutes. This should also be highlighted. My apologies. And this would be when she came out of the forest, or the woods. I presume that you've got 32-minute calls, 26-minute calls. There's also a call in here, 10:46, 9 minutes long, which in the warrants, ITOs, believe this is Alan Griffin. With respect to cell phone calls made by Peter Griffin, said the following. Blank said that blank was, Peter's cell phone number, blank, made the following calls. 24 at 10:46. And then the subsection underneath that is Lisa Banfield told her that the phone number is blank. So this is Lisa Banfield's phone. Yet we have a 9-minute call here, this one here, okay? Not sure if that is the call that they're referring to, but definitely because they have a subsection underneath it, they're talking about Lisa's phone, or at least that number. How many phones did or did she not have? There were a number of interesting things in those ITOs. Oh, where is this? Oh, sorry. Also, there were a lot of, so if you notice, yeah, I should finish with this one. There are a lot of numbers that don't have subscribers per se. If you go down at the bottom, as in they're not, I don't understand this middle part, these billing detail things. I think they might be texts. I'm not sure. These. Oh, sorry, this is the subscriber information. So if you go through here, you can actually see that there's a lot of what I would say are burner phones. Lots and lots of them that aren't listed to any particular person. At least it appears that way. There's some interesting names in here too that I've seen before. Whether that's relevant or not, I'm not sure. In fact, I saw somebody in here who traces to a different place. Now, also, there was, right, where was that here? They round up, yeah. Some of those calls, they even some of them appear to be as though they might be a conference call. I'm not understanding, and there's multiple. This I found very interesting. Listed in amongst here is Douglas Kwan, Post Media Network, and Torstar, which is Toronto Star's parent company. Post Media, of course, is National Post, etc., etc. Douglas Kwan was the one, if you remember, that did the interview with Darren Campbell. Douglas Kwan out on the West Coast in Vancouver. It was something that was running cover for a different story, I would say. Can't remember what it was, a warrant or something like that. I tried to find the article again with the Darren Campbell interview. Do you remember that? He got to have a sit down with him. It wasn't obviously on camera because he writes for the newspaper, but nobody else. You only had Elizabeth McMillan and Darren that got to interview, or sorry, Douglas Kwan that got to interview him. I can't seem to find the article. I think I've probably got it archived somewhere. Now the date, I couldn't find the number, but I don't know why it's in here. But the date of the records that they're seeking is from 2019 to April 21st, 2020. So I'm not sure why Douglas Kwan is popping up. If you look in the top corner, you can tell that, and that's pursuant unto the warrant. Here, they wanted it from April 1st, 2019. I don't know, April Fool's Day, to April 21. Now, I don't know why Douglas Kwan's name is popping up there, but I thought it was kind of interesting. Now, this is an interesting revelation because if I can find that file, which I don't know if I can, where I traced the phone and the phone type, and it's an Apple XR, which was not available on the market. Is this it? Okay, well, this is part of it. This also shows some burner numbers that they were particularly interested in. I guess this isn't the one I'm looking for quite. We've got Corporal Rose. Yes, we'll leave that one for another day. 4 phone numbers with no subscriber information available. So he has no way of knowing who the numbers are associated to, i.e. their burner phones. Bell Alliant, 3 of them, Rogers, which is Rogers across Canada. Alliant is specific to the East Coast. Now, at the same time, so you see the date. She swore the warrant. And remember when they shut down, they stopped talking? June 4th, last press conference, things started to go really into overdrive after that last press conference. So, and it's just hidden off that this part was like to do with Lisa's phone, was just hidden off in one warrant, one ITO, sorry, and then a subsequent warrant. The numbers I believe that they're referring to, because there was also warrants issued for Brewster's phone and James Banfield's phone. The Apple iPhone, but what gave me an inkling that the phone was in fact not destroyed that night was the model number. Was an iPhone XR, which is not something that's available on the market. Now, she could have just had it sitting around home, I suppose, and reactivated it, but and they're just pulling Celebrite data off of it. I don't know if I'm losing people because it's technical. But I had a pretty sneaking suspicion that she had a phone. Now, if we go back to the Leon interview, very interesting. And if you look at the document in respect to that the commission dropped in respect to Leon's 911 call, Lisa. Let's see if I can pull that up. 911 transcript. Let's have a look at that here. Oh, shoot. There's a lot more I have on the cell phone stuff, but we can do that another time when I'm more prepared. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do on some of this stuff. Now, in here, let's see here. It's inaudible. I haven't scanned this yet. Okay, says the OCC, the one that got the, oops, my apologies. The OCC that got the award 2 days prior, right? They say, okay, and do you have a home phone or landline to your location? Leon replies, I just got a cell phone here, bracket inaudible. When asked in the interview way back with Leon, I asked him, whose phone was it? And he said he didn't know. I believe it was something like that. Again, I'm not pointing fingers, but it was vague and ambiguous. And I was like, oh, okay. So we didn't know if she had a cell phone or not. Well, why, if she did in fact have a cell phone that night, would you be hiding in a tree root system? Why are you placing all these long phone calls? GPS data is not, again, I need help probably interpreting that from somebody. I thought of a couple of people maybe I can reach out to, but if there's somebody in here who understands how to read the detailed records, because that's something internal. I tried to research it and I can't, seemingly. Okay, so that's one thing, and we can delve into that at a later point in time. Now, I think that's probably, I don't think there's anything more pertinent right now on the cell phone. Okay, that's a different cell phone. That stuff's getting deleted. There were a couple of questions, I guess we could go through that in respect to some of this stuff about the side-by-side. And whoever gave that statement also equally said Gabriel Wortman did not have a cell phone. I'm presuming that they're not friends with him, but I don't know. I don't think so. Kevin Von Bargen, also, Gabriel did not have a cell phone. So Lisa, no cell phone. Side by side, no cell phone. And Kevin Von Bargen did not have a cell phone. And somehow Constable McKay ties into this because that's where these emails, I believe, are coming from. The ones that are in the ITOs. So Kevin Von Bargen furnished screenshots, and that would be these screenshots. So is it to Constable McKay, who's in between? I'm not sure. It could be the email was sent to I believe this is Angela by Constable Stanton in respect to information received from Constable McKay. Okay. Constable McKay received information from his friend Blank, who had been in communication with Gabriel Wortman on the 14th and 15th in respect to some potential business. Again, if you're going to go haywire, or this is a previously planned activity, not sure why you're doing business and paying money back and this kind of stuff. The other thing that really interesting to note of Kevin Von Bargen's stuff is he said he only went out to, I think he said he went to visit him once, and Lisa and Gabe came to visit him once. I'm just going by memory, so don't quote me on this. And he's known him a short period of time. That's kind of gets into a different, or relatively short period of time. And it's kind of, he said it was something to do with their mutual like of motorcycles. Of course, things were getting shipped back and forth to Ontario with Kevin Von Bargen. And when asked about the emails, he said he could furnish them, no problem, but that he had thousands of emails, literally thousands, I think that's actually a direct quote, literally thousands. I was like, that must be like 3-4 emails a day when I did the math. I was like, wow, that's a lot of emailing for somebody that has a mutual like of motorcycles. Just throwing it out there. No mention of Ken Von Bargen. I don't believe yet. And again, I'm not pointing fingers. I don't like to. I just like to kind of put things that I've come across, and I'm not even saying they're necessarily fact or whatever. I try as best I can. Also on the cell phone was this little bitty, I mean, I'll go through and do the cell phones at some point also, but it's chess. Gabriel, there's an email exchange. Now, when you have an email, does that definitively say that it was Gabriel that logged on to the email? Could it not be Lisa? Right? Lots of people who are in relationships or whatever have access to somebody else's email. They have a lot of things in common. Bank accounts, credit cards, many, most, all, businesses, etc., etc. We've heard mention, obviously, of the decals coming from, I'm forgetting the fellow's name, and the decal shop, but there was a company called American Vinyl, which was also supplying decals for RCMP decals. April 2019. I tried to trace the company. They are a listed on Amazon, so I couldn't go too much further, and I was busy doing other things. But I think American Vinyl is in fact an American company by the looks of it. And April 26, 2019, this plays into the relevancy of the cars, which is another kind of spin-off story of that. But for American Vinyl large Royal Canadian Mounted Police sticker. This is what, I'm not sure who determined this. And they were shipped to Gabriel at a Holton, Maine address. 4 stickers. Okay, now let's see if we can get into a little bit else. Oh, there's more on the cell phones, but we'll just leave that alone for now. So do look over those records, and please, if anybody can help me, I'll just have a quick look here and see if anybody who has said would you not call 911? There doesn't appear to be a record of a 911 call. Maybe I'm not reading it right. Possible. Certainly would make my, and did, obviously, when my radar has been peaked on Lisa for a very long time. The commission is operating in a very, I think most people can see now, they're not being the most transparent, would be putting it mildly. So I'm glad that they're getting challenged. There were a lot of comments in there about how the RCMP members don't want to appear, or sorry, their union, Brian Sauvé, NPF, and the GPS data for Lisa McCauley's phone, which bonged out. Okay, because it was under her leg. Yet the GPS in the cars in the trunk can work. I don't know, maybe it's a more powerful signal. You never know. Never heard of GPS not working. So where's the GPS data on the cars, the GPS data on Lisa Banfield's phone, the GPS data, in fact, funnily enough, on everybody's phone? Where is all the Celebrite data on everybody's phone that's tied to this? Lots and lots. MCC is traumatizing us more. Absolutely. And this is traumatizing Canadians. But they go under the eyes, like I said in that video, they're going to say trauma. And look what they're doing. Oh, you know, it would be traumatizing to have anybody testify. The trauma-based informed approach or whatever they're doing over there. Really? If, and I'm saying if, because I don't like to make accusations. I have lots of theories. But if, in fact, there's a cover-up going, I'll tell you this much. Anybody with a shred of conscience, just a shred of confidence that participates in this, can you imagine the trauma that they're going to go through versus just telling the truth? Do we all know what it's like to tell the truth versus keeping a lie? I don't think that's very healthy for police officers. And they signed up to literally protect these communities, protect your communities, protect all of us. So if they're silent and they have consciences, which I presume they do, just as the people in the commission or any of the plethora of lawyers that have brought out or anybody in the bureaucracy, federally and provincially, that have been involved in any way, shape, or form, anybody in the media, anybody in the alternative media, anybody who's touched this with a 10-foot pole, if you have a shred of confidence or conscience in you at all, and you keep that inside, it will eat you alive. How many medical studies have I seen where stress literally kills people? Your immunity goes in the toilet, all kinds of other things. And I wouldn't want to live like that. I would think that all of the police officers involved with this would want to find out who did this. And I understand this is so much bigger than them, but they aren't alone. Like I've always said, nobody is alone in this. We all work through this one together, and it's okay just to say, oops. But yeah, it's hurting. Just best to get it off and say, I don't want to live like that anymore. I don't want to put people, because they don't want to put people, families, through this kind of stuff. Unless you're complete and utter reprobate. You're beyond redemption. You're a psychopath. You're a sociopath. When I talk about true psychology, if you have no conscience, not the veil. You know, if the women's stuff and all of this is all about board, why is Brenda not coming? Brenda connected to Balin. Hello, 1 degree separation with I was speaking with somebody last night who is a former RCMP officer and ties and also military intelligence. And they looked at Andre Levesque, which is the degree of separation between Brenda, who is a grunt, not to be rude, and Richard Balin, who is the head Director General of Covert Ops, RCMP Canada, which I've spoken about before. Andre Levesque, they looked at the medals and they're like, holy shit, man, I have never seen anybody with this amount of medals. That person, by the way, was JTF, which those of you who know JTF know that's Canada's Special Forces. There's very few people in it. And they're like, wow, this is absurd. Who is this person? I'm like, thank you to somebody in here for bringing that to my attention. If you want to take credit for it, please do. I won't single you out. Okay. So what are we talking about here? Why is it that all these people are so intent on hiding it? How much is it costing emotionally all of the people across this country? The families, most of all. The people involved with this, even doing the cover-up. Oh my. Let alone the money. The money is really insignificant at the end of the day. And if you don't want it to happen again, you truly don't want it to happen again, we have to air the dirty laundry. I'm losing people. Okay, that's fine. Maybe it's some of the Intel garbage in here. You can fuck right off too. Switching SIM cards, possible. Possibly she has I don't think the XR is a dual SIM card phone. There were some other points in there that were being made, but like I said, I mean, there was so much going on, and there is just so much. And do remember, I'm not shitting you. The reason that this is where it is today, those of you who are working for the right side, the truth, that's why it's here. The digging, the pushing, okay? These facts probably wouldn't have been made known. I tried to find Gabe's number, which is another interesting thing. I tried to find Gabe's cell phone number, the one that's supposedly under the contacts in that phone log, 444 pages. Can't find it. Not saying it's not there, but just can't find it. I scanned it. Wortman had a cell phone, a Samsung. Yeah, there was a black Samsung down at the, but it's down at the dental clinic. So how did it get there? Did he leave it there? The seldomly mentioned Samsung that went to Garland. Never spoken of. And hers got trashed. Well, clearly it didn't. By the not losing anybody. Okay, good. I don't like to lose anybody. Hello, Linda. Our boss at Alliant. What's the head of Bacchus? Okay. Yeah. And you see, there is such a swamp, to use that word. There is a big swamp. And there's a lot of disinfo. Obviously not saying that you aren't sowing disinfo, but I'm just saying You can get lost in the weeds very quickly. I tend to get stuck. Via a pair of burner phones, the perp and Lisa Banfield may have talked plenty during the hours after 10:30. So did, in fact, she go to Leon's house? Did Leon use her cell phone to call? Why didn't she phone 911? If she was so concerned about everybody's well-being, like she said, she had guilty feelings and all of this other stuff, then why isn't she calling other people? Did she call other people? Maybe I don't know those cell phone numbers or those numbers and warn them. But I'm telling you, it's not looking very good for Lisa. Plus, you're sitting in front of court right now being charged for a crime that appears as though you may have an acquisition license, i.e. guns. Mention of certain people in there. We had, okay, so I'm sure there is so much. Project Wide Awake. There we go. Bing. Project Stay Awake. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's why you have coffee. Or at least I do. Okay, let's go to the frontier. This is too good to make to your make, then shake. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Oops. Yeah, maybe Project Wide Awake. Well, it's wide awake with coffee, wide awake with horror. Possibly, again, possibly, of what's going on here. I don't think that there would be any denying, though, that there's a serious cover-up going on. Why? What would be so bad that you would go to these lengths? If it's a member shooting a person, as I initially had a feeling a long time ago, at the beginning, I think lots of people did, with that, especially with the video out of Shoe, right? Well, if that's the case, I'm sure that they would have, just thrown that member under the bus. Instead, well, I do hope I've got a couple other good streams. There's a lot of pieces over the time, but I'm not the best presenter. I just research. That's what I do. You want my brain? Take it any day. Can't turn it off. Never been able to. It's a pain in the ass. Someday maybe I'll get to sit by that fire, but I understand that fire to me at the ranch is just representative of something, and that's heaven. And then don't have to think anymore. Let's get some of your observations, please. Oh, Brenda. Yes, Brenda. So why is it you don't want Brenda to appear? Where's the mention of stage 4 dementia? Where's he at? Why is nobody discussing him? He who's friends with Brenda, who's friends with Samuelson, who's friends with Robin down in the States, even though they apparently shouldn't know each other at all, right? I apologize if I tear because I look forward to the day people don't hurt. Why does the woman want Griffin to testify? Glynn, yes. Glinny, who just on peripheral reading of the articles coming out of Brenda, which all were coming around the time of the warrant release, which they fought ever so hard to keep secret. What they're testifying of a U.S. agent in their warrant suppression hearings. Everything under seal. Come on. Underwear change? Well, we got more. I got more. Brown envelopes. Let's go. Whoa, my YouTube just glitched so hard, started playing on my phone out loud instead of casting on my TV. Weird. Oh, this is the techno mumbo jumbo. One day, call me a fool. Call me a fool. We'll all get smart. We'll all get smart and throw this shit in the trash. It is our downfall. It's nice to talk to somebody on Facebook, I guess. I don't know. That's usually the reasoning I hear. Facebook, look at its foundation. LGC lagging. This is too good. It is too good to leave. You're making them shake in their boots. That's not my intent. I don't want to hurt anybody. I never have. I don't want to make money. I don't want to sell books. I don't want to do documentaries. I don't want to do shit. I want the truth for my friend. That's where I started. That's where you guys started. Many of you. Right? Those of you who are, doing such a phenomenal job spreading the word. Don't believe those numbers on there. They're fucking lies. I'll tell you that. I don't know how many of you are actually in here, but I know it's bullshit. They conflate other ones, though. Very interesting how that all works. Anyways, brown envelopes. Okay. Phone may not show on billing if they called one another number and call was forwarded to his number. Okay, see, this is all like, again, how we got to work together, pool our resources. You may have heard me over the years on this story. What the fuck? Almost multiple. Refer to weaponized autism. That's what the Discord was to represent. By the way, I saw an article come out about shit canning Discord for people's activities offline. I don't want to give the bad guys any impressions. Probably they'll do that anyway. But literally, Discord will can people now and delete Discords based on something that you either do online that they object to, or even in your real life. Well, that's great. I sent that article off to somebody the other day. Let's see if I can pull that up. Like, really? Just to hide truths. This is just stupid. It's all the censorship, all that nonsense. I mean, Jesus, I could go forever. I don't. Sent. Let's see if I can find it here. Oh, okay, here we go. Because I send so much, and I'm so great with the tech. Discord introduces new anti-misinformation policy that will ban people for off-platform behavior. What? You know, like this thing. You out of your mind? You know how much information and some disinformation has been put on here? How much hard work you guys have all done? Guess you better behave yourselves. Otherwise, Discord will ban you and ban all of us. Yumi. I can't believe that 911 has no ability to trace a phone number. Is this true? You don't need a SIM card, a proper phone plan. WhatsApp gives you the phone number so you can call it and stay anonymous. Oh. Tech. You know, many phone calls from Lisa's phone through that night. From a smashed phone. Yeah. Oh, it was destroyed. He didn't have a cell phone. How many people said didn't have a cell phone? Well, but he had a cell phone. At least she miscategorized it otherwise. Soul Slay 94. Hello. Love you as a I love all everybody in here. Just in the friendly platonic way. My girlfriend might get pissed. And that's the sad part. That's the sad part. I've been saying for years, when this all goes down, and it's been going down for a long time, the trust, the erosion of trust, like, what has happened to us? What has happened to us? It's just, yeah. I could cry. I literally could cry. FaceTime story, total BS. Where is the FaceTime story? It couldn't even be verified by the FBI. What is his name? Gorin or something like that. And that's fair. Question me. Question me. Question everything. And you should. You should. I have no problem putting my hand on a Bible and telling you, unless I'm being totally misled and pulled strings from somewhere else that I have no fucking idea about, but I don't think so. I just come from the heart. I wake up and I go to sleep and I think about that first phone call with Tara about it. And I'm just like, what the fuck? If that was my family, and then all the families that I've come in contact since with, which, you know, some people have chosen not to speak with me, and that's fine. Some people have been told something, I don't know what. When I've even asked about that, it's like, well, I don't know. It's just around that you're a bad guy. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bad guy? Tell me why. Well, I don't know. Oh, very concerted effort for the minions. The minions. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Now I got CSIS in my Discord. You have CSIS in your Discord? You have a Discord? Okay. Hello, my mother's daughter. So many women who watch. I think I identify, obviously relate better with women. I'm not sure. I did spend an awful long time with my grandma. All power. It's like powerful women in my family. Educated women. Little old me. Those lawyers watched. Martin watches. The media watches. That's fine. Don't know why he never talked to me. I had a vision, and it was probably too utopian at the beginning of all of this, even with my understanding of how the world works. But I still thought, listen, just weaponized autism, pull a whole bunch of people together. My grandmother said to me, one good editor. That's all you need is one good editor, she said. Worked in her case. Changed an entire act. Anyway. Big shoes to fill. Never be able to. Handsome, whatever. You best get your eyes checked. No offense. Yeah. There is family. They sit here. Some sit in here and they're quiet. They don't say anything. And welcome to them, because my heart and my prayers literally go out to you every night. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I didn't put any of my contact information. I'm on the tweeters. Sometimes I look at it. Sometimes I look at email. I understand this is part of my shortcoming. If I had a lot of things. Wouldn't be $1 million that I look for or anything stupid. I don't want any of that trash. Lived a good life. And you see, like there's so much going on in our world, but this is like in our backyard. And this is part of it. If we don't clean up our backyard, how can we ever hope to help anybody else? "911 can trace your phone number on the East Coast." Is that so? Was Banfield in Portapique that night? What about White Hyundai? Like to know about the White Hyundai, the one that they never want you to look at. The one that's sitting down at the dental clinic. The one that they never would mention. 8 people decide to go away. Sorry to see you go. I could have sworn that cell phones, all cell phones, I mean, hell, back in the day, I think somebody pranked 911 on a fucking payphone one day. No way. No one can't fill those shoes. Was big bag of money ever found, or was it just rumors? What is true versus what is not? It's difficult to sift through and decide what in fact is true. That's true. Good health. Yeah. But I think you can eliminate things. That's kind of where I come from. Okay, you tell me something and I can either verify it or eliminate it or throw it into kind of probabilities or lack thereof. Many kind, smart people in the chat.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
So true.
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
And with Project Wide Awake, there's no fucking way they don't know. They don't know. I'm gonna. I asked Cage, those of you who have been around since the beginning, if I got back in contact with him, and he and I had not he distanced himself from things, and I got back in contact with him last night and spoke with him, and so I think he's going to come back and share some of his knowledge on things, and he can bring a ton of eyes, because though I don't believe the numbers on the channel, it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter, you know. It's a psychological game YouTube plays. Same with likes and all this shit, shadow banning comments, and down, you know, burying channels and views. But he's got thousands of followers, so hopefully he can bring some people to the table. Because the more eyes we got, the more difference we can make, I think. So do you guys know down there if 911, 62-year-old granny from Ontario. Haters can be damned. Yep. Psychological profiles. That's what somebody told me right away. Well, not right away, but into it some. Somebody within the RCMP. They're like, oh, they got a file. They know your buttons. Don't let them push it. I try not to, but we all have Achilles heels and things, right? Time to return 2 minutes. So welcome, Granny. 62-year-old with heart from Ontario. Beautiful heart. And a granny. I love grannies. You can call 911 on Wi-Fi. Oh, God. Alexa. Somebody in here can definitely share my opinions on Alexa. Scroll up. I mentioned a story about 911 knowing your location. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. Hope all of you are doing well. Stay strong too, right? Gotta stay strong. I'm scrolling up. Why am I missing it here? Am I blind? Hello, Kendall. Tiny Chaos. Okay, she buys ammo. That's what I've got. Is that the first message? Lisa Banfield. Doesn't like guns. Crawls over guns. How do you crawl over guns? How do you handle a gun while you're getting beaten? It's loaded. This is kind of like the 911. It's counterintuitive, counter logic. I can't seem to find the story. Oh, after those? Okay, now I've got to go way back again. Oh. Is it possible to repost it? Thank you for watching. You know, it's nice to have all kinds of comments. Lisa was the cell phone. Burner phones, I mean, yeah, if they're going to have listed phones, and hypothetically you're into illicit activities, you're definitely going to have burner phones too. Not to say that all people have burner phones are bad. I have a burner phone. Alexa. Shout out to Julie. Yes, I'm wondering. I didn't see her in here today. I hope she's doing well. She's been such an archivist for us all. Very, yeah. And my apologies to those of you, if you can put that story out again, sad. I'd love to see that. I tried to find one a long time, or yeah, I don't know, a few weeks ago, I think. To those of you who I did speak to on the phone and discontinued speaking, or just left the bench, you know, things just kind of got a bit chaotic. Don't take it personally. I just they're coming, they're attacking all the time. I used to make prank phone calls as a kid. So when you'd call the phone or call 911, it would trace you. Definitely that one article I saw the other day, I guess they're going longer than 2 minutes. Best to have that lined up here so we can get right back to the stuff. Seemed to indicate that civic addresses definitely were listed in the 911 provincial database, but I would think that they were also, here they come, cell phones, because that's just really old school tech.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Thank you again, Council. Ms. Hill, do you have an update for us?
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Spoken to council for the participants and understand that a number of them would like to address you with regard to sharing their position with regard to the proposed expert witness. This is just to lay out their position so that we can make plans for tomorrow in terms of how we should proceed.
Sure, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So first we'll hear from Ms. Ward from the Department of Justice.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Lori Ward, and together with my colleagues Patricia McPhee and Heidi Collicutt, we represent the Attorney General of Canada and the RCMP as well. We're aware of Ms. Lenahan's email this afternoon requesting a statement of qualifications for Dr. Carlton. That's an important step in qualifying an expert witness, and we recognize that. But with that caveat, we do not anticipate that we would oppose the qualification of Dr. Carlton and the tendering of his report. In keeping with the Commission's trauma-informed mandate, it's important that these considerations must be taken into account in the Commissioner's decisions with respect to witnesses, as outlined by Ms. Najawan. And I anticipate we may have further comments tomorrow, but those are our comments for today. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Ward.
Commissioners, thank you, Ms. Ward, for raising the issue. As Ms. Ward indicated, a request was made to Ms. Najawan to provide a statement of qualifications, and I understand she's providing that now or very shortly, so Council will have the benefit of that as they consider their position for tomorrow. Next, I think we would hear from Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Commissioners. This will be a brief overview. We did in fact receive the report in CV Monday night at 7 o'clock. So we've had just a bit of time to review it, and we'll have more submissions to make tomorrow. But essentially, it's our understanding that the NPF intends to tender this report to influence the Commission's decision as to whether we call members or not. So effectively as a bar to calling them to give viva voce evidence in this proceeding. Our position is that the expert evidence sought to be tendered is simply not admissible. And there is a gatekeeper role we're asking that this commission exercise. And I will be quoting from White Burgess, the Supreme Court of Canada decision that I know you're very familiar with, from 2015, that talks about the evidence being necessary and reliable. So first, on the issue of reliability, what I intend to address tomorrow is the fact that this proposed expert has not treated, diagnosed, reviewed any of the medical files for the 17 members that this report is being used to say that they're ineligible effectively to testify. Yet there is an opinion that's being proffered that may in fact disqualify these members that this proposed expert has not personally interacted with from testifying. And this is irregardless of their own personal circumstances, their own personal mental health. So on that issue, it's our position that the evidence is simply not reliable. It's too generic, it's too general. It has no personal application for this commission to be of any value. It's also not necessary. The commission can inform themselves that this was in fact a very traumatic process for all participants, including police. The evidence being proffered is not required to inform the commission of that fact that is accepted by everyone. There's also a concern that this would effectively be precedent setting. Police have a very difficult job. Part of that job often requires testifying in the course of violence. To suggest that that these members be disqualified from testifying given the nature of the subject matter and their personal hypothetical experiences is very concerning to the participants. And in our view, it acts as a bar for this commission to fulfill its mandate, which is to understand what happened, why it happened, the circumstances of what happened, and making recommendations going forward. Professor Wigmore has a good quote about experts. The expert must be a knower. He cannot merely be a guesser. This expert is guessing, given the expert's lack of information pertaining to each of these members. And we ask the commission to shy away from endorsing that generic expert opinion that's being proffered. And I'm also aware of the fact that most participants, I believe all of us, have issues with the qualifications that are being proffered by Dr. Carlton. Thank you. They're my submissions, subject to any questions you may have.
Yeah, just, that's a helpful heads up, and we'll hear more tomorrow. But it's helpful for us to at least know what the issues are before us. And I think Ms. Najawa indicated, and I get the sense that Participants Council, other Participants Council would agree that we would be putting the cart before the horse until we resolve this expert report issue.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Bryson. Ms. Hill?
Yes, I believe Mr. Pinio would like to address this.
Oh, Mr. Pinio?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I just have two comments to make. The first is we endorse and follow the recommendations that Mr. Bryson has just made. The other area that we would speak to tomorrow, though, is more of a general context, of a general context nature, and that is the faith that the public and the participants have in this proceeding, in this commission, bears directly on the quality of the participation of all of the witnesses and other participants. And I'm not sure that that there would be a lot of faith in the ultimate findings and recommendations of this commission if a blanket expert report was used to block critical evidence from being given. So certainly, I think that has to be woven into the overall decision that's made, because what's being requested here is that none of the first responders or RCMP members on the ground over those 2 days will be called to fill in gaps and resolve errors. And in looking at that, it really should be done on an individual basis, if at all. So if Constable so-and-so is truly too traumatized to be able to speak, that should come from his medical records and his evidence, and then perhaps another way to get his evidence could be fashioned. But we submit that it is contrary to the public interest to have a blanket blocking of those witnesses testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinilla.
Ms. Miller?
Okay, I don't think you can be heard, so I will repeat what you said. You have nothing further to add and endorse the comments of the previous two participant counsel? Thank you.
And I think the final person who wished to address you on this point was Mr. Topshe.
Okay, for the benefit of the record, I'll repeat what you said. Mr. Topsy is saying, in light of having heard the previous two presenters, that there's no need for him to add anything, so thank you.
So, Chief Commissioner, at this time, I think our proposal would be that we adjourn and return tomorrow morning at 9:30, given the request by participant council to ask the proposed expert witness questions with regard to their qualifications. I think that Mr. Jowen has advised that the witness is available tomorrow morning at 9:30, and we would pick up on that point at that time and move through those questions before proceeding any further with regard to general applications for witnesses.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hill. So council are well aware of this, but for the members of the public who are following, I believe I mentioned in my opening remarks that, you know, commissions of inquiry such as these have to be nimble and things come up. And so it is today. And it is appropriate to deal with this expert issue before we start getting into the submissions proper. And thank you, council, for acknowledging that the best time to do that. We appreciate the heads up, but the best time to do that is tomorrow morning, and that's what we'll do. So on that basis, we will break for today with our appreciation for all your submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until March the 3rd, 2022 at 9:30 in the morning.
Okay, well, I'm going to revise the thumbnail here. That was today, so it is approximately 1:15. Okay, so we will cross this out and revise the thumbnail. And we'll put in here $1:15. But they took a lunch too, so don't you know? 1:15 p.m. Oh, this is not looking good on you. What? Not my conscience. Better make that smaller. Oh, that's too small. I'm not very good with this stuff. God definitely did not bless me with technology skills. No, that's too big now. Bear with me, please. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo. Phil. White. Is that more accurate? I think maybe. Okay, so we'll change the thumbnail. You want to do that? Then okay. Live. Edit. Perfect. It's really cheesy, but I just have to. Gotta tell it the way it is. You want to go away at 1:15, then you go away at 1:15 after an hour-long break. Go, and another break. Somebody will total up the time. I'm sure there actually is a couple of you who are actually keeping track. How much time are you going on break? How much time are you cutting off? How many sessions are you cutting off? Anybody see if the calendar changed? Oh, it doesn't look right. Anyway, whatever. Wish my workday ended after lunch. Lisa and the traumatized. Okay, so I guess that's what coming tomorrow. So when do the witnesses then actually potentially appear? Is a good question. Potentially, if any. I mean, there's a process, and I do understand that people are it's not to say that these RCMP officers didn't see lots of things that they aren't going to, even with the best of intentions and the good guys that were down there or whatever, they saw a lot of things that they're not supposed to see. Not any human being, but it's still, isn't that part of grieving and trauma? Getting things out? I don't know. Maybe my psychology classes were wrong. Love the thumbnails. Can you share? Can you share asking for my friends? Can I share making thumbnails? Oh goodness. Look at that. See, I have a nice little gray area here or white area. I can't do this shit. I remember there was somebody who was like, oh, and Jordan made a thumbnail, I think, for me once. Anyway, I'll go there. Absolutely. No, you will not see her. There's 4 ways out now she's got. And no lawyer in their right mind would let her appear. But why was her case scheduled so late? Of course. And the mass casualty schedule revolves around that. Nobody can come and testify. But maybe James Banfield can. Maybe. Because he pleaded guilty. Could impact, they'll argue it could impact his sentencing. So, I don't know. Asking for friends, thumbnail, donuts early. Okay. Maybe it's a sign from above. Call it an early day. Got lots of stuff to work on here. I'm sure the Discord is busy with things. Let's see what we've got going on over here. May cancel. Lisa Banfield's lawyer. Okay. Yes, Mr. Locklear is tied up in all kinds of stuff in Nova Scotia. Part of the bigger story. A what? Okay. If only I had a memory. A memory would be good. We'll see what's going on the tweeters. Is there a question and answer period? Shouldn't the media have an opportunity today since none was available yesterday? Well, I think I'll like that. Great. I think maybe I'll even retweet it since I'm so technologically savvy. I don't follow the Mass Casualty Commission because I don't want to give them numbers. No. Well, that's about that. Anybody else want to close with something? Do you guys know, actually, funnily enough, if there is a presser? Let's see. Was there a reply to that? No reply? Well, 6 minutes ago. They do stuff on that Facebook thing too, which I don't do. Anybody know? You guys are way faster than me. I'm not even going to bother. Listen, if you anything and everything, just opening your mind, watching what's going on. Hello there. Have you got a toy? What are you doing? Hugs? You want hugs? Come here. Come. I'm getting used to a min pin with a tail. Looks odd. Hello, Nancy. Special prayers and love for all the families. I'm going to hang around until we know. How's that? We could play Indo's video. I always like Indo's video. That Big Fun Garage did. Oh, something happened, I think. Let's see. On the tweeters. Oh, okay. Wait a second here. Oh, I don't think. Wait a second. Public proceedings have concluded for today. Thank you, Wen. For today, and we'll resume next week on Thursday, March 3rd. What? Am I know I'm probably haven't had a lot of sleep, but isn't March 3rd tomorrow? What are you talking about next week? There will be no. Oh, okay, good. I could probably put that in a thumbnail. There will be no media briefing following today's proceedings. Oh. Interesting. Well, the media generally is just kind of repeating a lot, which we have repeated. Oh, I'd probably get a phone call and yelled at if I don't go through. I think it's Elizabeth McMillan's latest article. Is there something else that you guys want to go through? Kosher rat dog. Yeah. She's a bit of a rat dog. Just give me a second. She needs some company. I think she sits alone. So much time alone. I'm sorry. Okay, so no media on days when there's media Q&As. We will inform. Okay, so this line, i.e., till unless we state otherwise, there will be no media Q&A. Okay. Yeah, we're seeing history being made. I think a lot of people's eyes are really like, and that's why it's important to spread the message. Again, I don't like to ask, but if you can share so that if the message gets out, I would be greatly appreciative to those of you who do. I do take notice, so thank you. Because this is a big one. It's a big one. God seems to only pull me in certain directions. I just follow. So no Q&A. Anybody have anything that they want to do? I can look at the CBC article. Because there's conflicting data and things like that, which is getting pointed out in a lot of these articles. So, which is great. I feel like possibly the media is now maybe kind of looking at this a little bit more seriously. I know who owns them all, so it doesn't really matter, but they're kind of forced into a corner. Frantic radio logs, the language. You see, this is, and they just try and, it's part of the psychological stuff. Not saying that, of course, these things aren't frantic or whatever, but that's a given. It's just trying to put people in certain mindsets, psychological warfare. Frantic radio logs reveal confusion, fear, as Mounties respond to Nova Scotia shootings. Warning, the story contains distressing details. The whole thing's distressing, frankly. Should write a story about how distressing this all is. How much trauma the Mass Casualty Commission is causing for our national police force, to which I'm not anti-authority, by the way, ever. When the first RCMP officer arrived in Portapique, Nova Scotia, he encountered a man bleeding from a head wound who said that he had been shot by his neighbor, Gabe, who was driving what looked like a police car. At that moment, the shooter was less than 200 meters away. What? That's an awfully long way. Maybe they're putting in another detail. I don't know. When he was parked in front of the house, or whoever the perpetrators. Constable Stuart Baselt and two other officers were the first to arrive on the scene late in April 18, 2020, knew their suspect had shot at numerous people and had feared he could be lurking in the darkness of heavily wooded lots. They decided to approach on foot. I don't think it's had shot at. I think he had murdered, and they were aware of that, obviously. The details, but the cat was still rolling for another hour. And the GIF. It's one of the most horrible tweets ever. The details of the chaotic scene that three Mounties encountered at the beginning of the 13-hour rampage, during which Gabriel Wortman, perpetrator, or Z, killed 22 people, 23, including a pregnant woman, including in a document put together by the Mass Casualty Commission examining the tragedy. What time did they release those documents, by the way? Like midnight? Late? Early morning? It's like Friday dumps in the media. Friday night. Everybody's going home for football. At one point, the officers thought that they were on the verge of catching their suspect, prepared to shoot, right, only to lose him in a dip. and prepared to shoot, exchange of gunfire leather, only to realize hours later that the flashlight they saw disappearing into the darkness was that of a frightened, horrified man, horrified by finding his brother's body. He too thought he was being pursued by the gunman. Audio of radio transmissions played during public hearing Tuesday reflect out-of-breath officers frantically trying to communicate. I thought they were actually very composed. That phone call about that last night. Very composed. So, you know, you can take it for what it is, either credit or something else. I don't know. To communicate, they were hearing gunfire or explosions, none of which the microphone seemed to pick up. Impaired by darkness, it was only broken by flames from multiple fires. There was a police dog down there, by the way. Didn't seem to be utilized, which is interesting. All three officers, the only ones to enter the subdivision for 90 minutes, had already changed into their hard body armor and had their carbines ready. Decided to leave their police cruisers about 170 meters from the entrance. Okay, so who is that? Laurie George. Didn't he encounter all kinds of police cars on the road? Isn't that what he said? Well, originally it was nothing. He went down there once. Then months later, wintertime, November, something like that. It went down a second time. That was when the 1045 revelation came about. Okay. 170 meters from the entrance where Portapique Beach Road connects to, even though he did the interview, it was televised on Global. A Zoom call, he and his wife. So I don't know where that ever went. Never made it onto the airwaves, at least that I'm aware of. Just a screenshot of it with edited information, which went all around the world. From at the entrance where Portapique Beach Road connects the highway to a quiet 2-lane rural road along Minus Basin. Constable Aaron Patton, who was sprinting down Portapique Beach Road to meet Basselt, and Constable Adam Merchant, I think was the pronunciation I heard, the first two officers on the scene, radioed at 10:40. Quote, lots of gunshots here, 3 gunshots, quote, 2 more gunshots, said Patton. Basselt confirmed they were hearing, quote, numerous gunshots. Until what time? According to Darren's affidavit. What was going on there? Which they seem to just skim over that one. I didn't quite get that. Oh yeah, we got 10:41, 10:45. Okay, there are a bunch of them coming on. Additional gunshots heard 11:20, 11:40, 11:45. More gunshots. So this is an hour after they said supposed assailant or assailants left, though they have that for sure pinned down. And I believe there is also mention of, I don't think I scanned this. So somewhere in here, the multiple gun, where's that? That's very interesting, this passage here. More gunshots at about 2:19. Okay. Shortly thereafter, a person with flashlight, approximately 2:50, heard. Okay, so we got another one. Because, of course, whoever was doing all this, gone. Somewhere in here, there's the report of multiple gunmen. In Darren's affidavit, it was just reported, but I don't know where it is. I probably zoomed by it. You guys saw it. Patton, be very careful to avoid bringing your car down here to avoid ambush. officers die in their cars. Basselt, with 24 years of experience, was acting team leader that evening, according to Mass Casualty Commission, which had conducted its own interviews with officers and reviewed statements made that they made to RCMP days after the shooting. Basselt told the commission, who then reinterpreted it after it went through multiple filters, that he had no doubts, it was the active shooter situation. He said a crucial lesson had been learned after our gunman killed 3 RCMP officers and injured 2 others in Moncton. Of course, that was when we also had the anniversary press conference. A lot of Moncton. Brown was in Moncton. Al Carroll was in Moncton. Police officers, their cruisers were billboards that could draw fire. I think that was maybe it was one of the recommendations. Not sure. Quote, police officers die in their car, he said, adding the only way to get any advantage was to move stealthily, quote, on foot. Quote, I think it kept me alive, to be honest with you, Basselt said. I don't know those pictures of cut lines that don't seem to go through. Roger Burrell, senior lawyer presenting the commission's report Tuesday afternoon, said he was not driving. Quote, it was clear tactical decision, and quote, informed by officers' training. Quote, clearly it would have been a slower process, but as Constable Basselt said, in order to respond to the complaint, you have to be alive to do that, end quote, said Burrell. Quote, I would submit to you it was a very intense situation. True. But I think that goes without saying. Multiple fires. After the 3 officers connected on Portapique Beach Road, they passed the gunman's burning cottage and noticed a white Taurus, which, of course, Darren was very sneaky about. Everybody in the media was trying to make us think it was the warehouse. Not yet on fire in the driveway. But Basselt said on the radio they weren't stopping. It only takes them a year and change to come up with that after it runs under all kinds of cover stories. Over a week before it was mentioned in the media, after it was sworn and filed with court. But Basselt said on the radio they weren't stopping because they heard gunshots in another direction. The commission says at that point the trio headed through the woods towards the gunfire, which turned out to be the gunman's garage, also in flames. Basselt reported that, quote, things are blowing up or they're shooting. He's an officer. I wonder if they pronoun is speaking something. Is he hearing multiple different firearms? I'm not sure, end quote. Burrell said the constable's tone gave, quote, a sense of urgency and the lack of information the officers have. You hear the tension. You hear the uncertainty. Okay, these are calling for a state of mind, as they would call law. That's not what you do. You don't call for a state of mind. It's fact. Unless you're showing a narrative. Not fact-finding. This is not fact-finding. That's up to each individual listener. Not far from the burning garage, the officer soon discovered the bodies, later identified Corey Ellison, who had gotten out to take a closer look at the fire, and Lisa McCauley, who was killed on her front lawn. Meanwhile, the RCMP Operations Communication Center, the one that got an award the day before, was sending them updates from 4 kids that were hiding together in McCauley's home. The closest in the 3 officers came to firing, occurred when they saw a flashlight approach and assumed that it was the gunman. So obviously, if they're stating, he's still there, they're not denying this, but I'd say it was Darren's own affidavit, which went through many lawyers and took a long time and tried to fly under the radar. That says there's a lot of shooting going on. They saw a flashlight approaching, so they assumed it was a gunman. They got into position, warned their colleagues they were ready to shoot, but the light disappeared before anyone fired, according to radio logs. Sampled, very much sampled. You could just play the whole thing. You could make the whole thing available. Of course you could. And of course a logical person would, unless you're spinning a narrative. Well, we saw somebody with a flashlight that went dark. We have no idea where we went. We're going back to the Red House. We're going to set up there and make sure that those children are safe unless we hear more gunfire. We're sitting still, Basalt reported back. Was it 3 visits they had with them? In and out, in and out, in and out. They later realized that the person with the flashlight was Clinton Ellison, who was terrified after seeing his brother's body and thought the gunman was chasing him. Do we know that definitively? Definitely people ran into each other that night. Question about emergency broadcast. The call didn't stop about 45 minutes after arriving in Portapique. Basalt and Patton and Merchant thought they heard more gunfire. So what time are you at now? 25, 11:10. More gunfire. And were sent to help a woman who had called 911 because she thought her house was about to catch fire. Basalt asked on the radio about the possibility of warning people in their homes. You know, the kitty cat. Quote, is there some sort of emergency broadcast that we can make to people go into their basement, not go outside? Seems logical. He asked 11:16. Staff Sergeant Brian Rehill, award. Well, actually, I don't think he got the award himself, but the center did. The risk manager, who was in charge of directing officers, replied, the RCMP Operational Communication Center was trying to contact residents using the 911 map. So obviously they have the provincial map. RCMP Nova Scotia responding to car, okay. At 11:32, Nova Scotia RCMP sent out their first and only public communication on April 18 about the situation via Twitter. The written post stated that officers were responding to a firearms complaint. This has been my problem since the beginning. Why, if you know of murders, even before you get there, are you saying that it's a firearms complaint? And only an hour later, after you arrive, so potentially 90 minutes. In Portapique, asking them to lock their doors and stay inside. No more kitty cat rolling. It's not clear from the commission documents, not clear, released to date, if Basalt's comment had any bearing on the decision to send the tweet. Many concerns about ambush. The 3 Mounties that first entered the community were not the only ones on guard for an ambush in the intersection of Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2. Constable Vicky Colford and Corporal Natasha Jameson, 4th and 6th officers on the scene, were trying to provide each other with cover. Colford with a shotgun and Jameson with her service pistol. As they waited at the entrance and checked cars leaving the community. Okay. Checked cars leaving the community. Okay. Colford because there only should be Well, see that this is all new information. Colford, who RCMP interviewed April 23rd, 2020, said she was on the edge hearing sounds nearby woods and felt like they were an easy target. What type of sounds? Further clarify? At one point, Corporal Dion Sutton, a police dog handler, arrived and retreated to the woods to provide the pair with cover. The tracking dog retreated to the woods to provide the people at the top of the road cover while there is still somebody potentially running around. Unlike, and I'm not pointing fingers, just I wonder if that's part of policy. Unlike the female officers, he had night vision goggles, something Colford said would have been helpful. Oh, so he can see too. Natasha, I guess he's not less worry of being crept up on. Neither Jameson or Colford were trained to use carbine rifle. Another recommendation. Wow. Oops, I see there's so much happening at one time. I missed that. Ooh, oh no. Everybody's supposed to be trained. Another recommendation that came in the wake of the Moncton shootings. Oh no. Rod-necked? Anybody? Rod-necked? Jameson later said in an interview with the commission that no fault of the RCMP as she had to postpone her training due to surgery. Colford has since retired. Ouch. What's that saying? Hopefully she's okay. Hope Gunman was dead. Many of the officers who arrived on the scene Saturday evening were relieved of their duties early Sunday morning. Well, save. Yeah. Speeding tickets. After the 4 children in Macaulay's house were driven to safety, the 3 officers stayed on scene in the house and were eventually picked up by emergency response team in their tactical vehicle. So this brings up another point, which I think I've said a couple of times now. Where's Lily in this? Lily is Great Village? And then went on to the hospital? So why does it say in the ITOs that he was down there? Not understanding. Maybe I'm not reading things correctly. Please help me if I'm wrong. When Patton spoke to RCMP a few days later, he said he debriefed at makeshift command post at Great Village Fire Hall and then drove with Basselt. They talked how the gunman was likely dead in the woods. Oh, well, now I'm getting more confused. Patton, Basselt, and Lily? It was only when he woke up and called a colleague that he realized how wrong that assumption was. The shooter killed 9 more people on Sunday morning. Most of them strangers. I think I'll close with one last point before I do your comments here. They opened the door to something quite big yesterday when they mentioned that Clinton Ellison's, and I think I did say, but want to stress it. When they mentioned that Corey Ellison's blood was on the perpetrator, again, very carefully picked word, I would say, perpetrator's boots. All right. So when you say that, that means that you process the boots. Did you process other clothing items from Lisa and, well, obviously, and Mr. Workman? Did you process those? You definitely processed the boots. Whose DNA is on the boots? Because there should be all kinds of DNA on the boots. The lawyers need to ask that question. They need to ask about what DNA it was located and what clothing items were processed. Were the soiled nails of Aaron's processed? They were bagged. Were they processed for DNA? But the boots should have all kinds of stuff on it. And there was one other thing. Just one more thing. Just one more thing. Let's see here. I'm looking for it here. Okay. Okay, so they did release it. My stupidity. My apologies. Let's have a look at this then together. So these are the boots. I'll just fire that into the archives. Hopefully I was having difficulty with this. All right, so here we go. Some things that were items were, I don't know if I should bore you on air while I go through this because it'll take a little bit of time. Swab of loose ammo and casings. Okay. Black unstrapped duty belt. Extendable baton. Expendable. Ouch. I think you're looking for extendable. Okay, so all these letters denote certain areas of items. These 2 letters. Blood identified all over the jeans. So jeans. What about the pants? Glass-like and papers. Sampled for biological material, boxer shorts. Loose ammo and casings. Blood not confirmed. Okay. And the Mazda, interesting. Boots. Lots of testing on boots. In fact, the boots are the most tested. Gun strap. Do I need to make it bigger? I don't know. How do I do that here? I don't know if I can make it bigger. Matches known sample. Matches known sample. Does it match other samples? Having originated with 2 individuals on the gun strap. Workman and who? They can't identify who it is or not. Two individuals. Again, just Wortman. Minor component, limited genetic information. From more than two individuals. At least one male. Okay. So the duty belt was Sean's duty belt, is that correct? Just Gabriel's listed on that. More than two individuals on the duty belt. And you have to place where these items are in the chronology of the story. Expendable baton. Expendable baton? Is that what they call it? Is my English poor? I thought it was extendable. Anyway, maybe my English, I'm not very good with it. Matches Gabriel. Two individuals. Matches Gabriel. The other one has minor components on it. I would think that Sean's stuff would be all over that, but I could be wrong. Was it fingerprinted? Loose ammo and casings. So this would be a quantity of human DNA does not meet the minimum requirement for further processing. Genes. Okay, so we have, see, we do get the names on some things. So who are the other people? Gabriel Wortman and Jamie Blair. So he was wearing jeans at the police, or sorry, at the Blair residence. So he changed. Shot her through a door. Wearing jeans. Okay. Obtained boxer shorts that match known sample. Gabriel in his boxer shorts. T-shirt. Gabriel. So he wasn't wearing a police uniform. Then he was wearing a police uniform. Then he wasn't wearing a police uniform. Is that correct? Have I got that right? Fingernail clippings. Wortman. Boots. Aha. Very interesting. Allison, Wortman, sorry, Corey, Wortman, Tom, and Heidi. Four samples. tinfoil is going a little bit here, but we'll keep that off for now. Area AJ, consistent with 2 individuals. Stevenson, Heidi. What part of the boot is that? Page 8. Okay, let's go back up here. Oh, sorry, page 8. AJ. Boots. Left side of sole, right boot. Okay. Where am I here? Page 8. Boots, area AM, mixed origin, 2 individuals. ID. I can see out of the corner of my eye. There's all kinds of comments flying by. And I want to read them. AEARAU. Top right of butte. Top center of left boot. Right sole, left boot, near tip. Blood not confirmed. Okay. Hairs adhering, not examined. Why? Oh. Unless I'm reading this incorrectly, which of course is very possible, I'm not seeing that they're testing the inside of the boot, i.e. who's wearing the boot, nor the hairs. Not to be totally tinfoil, I'm not seeing it. Which is strange. It's all outside. I mean, obviously, the boot came off of him, but no? Would you not test everything? So he's wearing the boots, wearing the boots, wearing the boots, wearing the boots. All right, let's see here what you got. Oh, was Oh Dear in here and left? Oh no. So they did not examine clothing at Gina's. I hope she's doing well. Did they not say the car pulled out of the warehouse driveway, so he got out of the car to shoot Corey? Well, I've heard things too, but until you have verification, I like to keep scrolling down. I think it was Joy Bond and Aaron Tuck. Huh. I can hear the top of my grandfather's clock ticking in the background. Tick, tick. Mm-hmm. No human DNA, area AN. Well, just an interesting thing. Maybe they didn't test the inside for some reason, or I missed that they did. AN, left center sole boot. Okay. There was, I believe, one more report I wanted to look at. Let's see. Oh, there's so many, actually. I mean, Christ. Okay. This one. Oh, what happened here? So I'll put this in the link, in the box. Yes, this changing stuff is, I don't know. Okay. So this is guns. So we have samples taken from Lisa, Corey, Gina, Joey, Heidi, Aaron, Emily, Jolene, Peter and Joy, Kristen, Heather, Tom, does she want to be referred to as Margaret? I don't know. I don't wish to be disrespectful to any of the families. Jamie and Gray. Okay. So there was one that stood out to me right away. This Colt law enforcement carbine. I have a feeling about that gun. I always have. 5.56. Was... Okay, so we have all these casings that are found. Aaron, Jolene, and Emily's place. They don't identify the stamp on the bottom of the casings. Interesting to note. It's the positions of DNA and such, right? It's kind of tedious and boring work to look at, but or to review. It's not like I'm a forensic expert or anything, but all right, Heidi's gun. Area AE is consistent with having 2 individuals. Major component matches Wortman. And we don't know about the other one. And then another testing is mixed origin consistent with having originated from 3 individuals, at least 1 male. Okay, so position AF got me thinking when I was looking at it last night. Let's see. Where is that? Where's the breakdown? My apologies here. Please don't get sick with my scrolling. Tip of slide and inside the muzzle. Okay, so Heidi's gun. We have Gina. Or sorry, Gina, Joey, and who else? Let's go to that again. Because his DNA isn't inside the muzzle. 3 people. So is it that he shot Heidi, disarmed her, and then shot her with her own gun? Because there's a 3rd person, at least 3 individuals that's not accounted for, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Or am I just seeing something? Gina, Joey, and Heidi. So in order for Heidi's DNA to be on the inside of the muzzle, I'm thinking, it could only get there if she was shot with her own gun. Or there's something else. Especially if he supposedly changed at Gina's. Sandy, what about Bagley boots? Yes, where are Tom's boots? I haven't had a chance to review everything, so I'm very far behind. Ugh. But I know you guys will review this thoroughly. Clothes at Gina should have lots of DNA on them. So where are the items of clothing? Have I missed that? Is it in another report of items of clothing, police paraphernalia? Jeans, t-shirt. I don't see, but maybe it's in a different report. Anybody has reviewed all this stuff? Is there... Well, that's fair. Welcome, Sarah. You're entitled to your opinion. I don't know if ad hominem attacks, which are fairly well, I'll just leave it at ad hominem, are very contributory to anything. Is there a report on any clothing, police paraphernalia, any of these real uniforms that he had? Has anybody seen that? Don't worry. It is all part of the game. Anybody seen reports? Because I'm not seeing, at least on a cursory scan, I could totally missed it. Because there should be yellow striped pants. Just didn't appear to be worn, weren't photographed in the vehicle, which the ITO indicates they were. I'm not sure why he would take his pants off in the car. Obviously, he was wearing jeans. So he wore jeans and then did or did not wear the pants and just took the pants with him all night. And then the shirt and a jacket and a vest. Where are these items? Does anybody know? Has anybody seen? Nobody said he's not dead. The disinfo can stop now. So has anybody seen a report? Or is it just yet to be filed? Because all those clothing items that were recovered at Gina's and the expendable baton and the the duty belt were both recovered at Gina's. Oh, interesting. They're in the Mazda 3. According to the ITOs, they're at Gina's. I'll have to go back and reconfirm, but that's, I thought they were at Gina's. Yeah, don't quote me on that. I thought they were at Gina's. So where's the other items? Yeah, what about the clothing items he got rid of in the desert that night. In the desert? I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Maybe he changed there. Possible. But there's not even a reference to these clothes, to the vest which he was wearing. Wasn't he wearing the police uniform in Shubenacadie? According to the Pinio photo? There's changing going on back and forth. I'm a bit lost. The police uniform came out of a package that day, still creased. Yeah. In speaking with a those pants, they're referred to as uniform pants. They crease apparently very easily, like extremely easily, and need to be ironed all the time if you want to keep them in good shape. So usually that's kind of for court appearances and things. And they weren't photographed in the vehicle to which they were supposedly recovered. Okay, so thank you for correcting me. So the yellow vest, police pants, police shirt, and jacket were reportedly found at Gina's. So does anybody know of a DNA forensic report? Because these clothes should have lots of DNA. Or did this fall into the memorandum category? Or have it just not been issued yet, or did I miss it? Also, there was another gun that was recovered, stock, and what was that? Excuse me. And there were some burnt shell casings recovered. So there was looks to be possibly a shotgun. Yeah, I need to have a chat with Bagel Boy. Yeah, I know. And you must be awfully tired. I'm sending stuff your way all the time too. Send prayers and love. So at 200 Portapique, there was a burnt barrel in action. So there was another gun that was recovered, for sure, at least in pieces. But it would also have what type of gun would be stamped on the barrel. So I don't think that would melt, or unless whoever ground it off. And there was burnt shell casings or something. I think I read burnt rounds, 136. Is that at the warehouse? I get muddled on the addresses. Please correct me. Is that the warehouse? Empty lot, I think it is. Vacant lot. Yes. So, okay. So I guess he discharged, or whomever discharged firearm at least 3 times. Anyway, just, you know, kind of little things I'm looking at and maybe ways to look at things is like these different pieces of and where things are tested. Where do they fit in the chronology? Yeah, 200 is the cottage. So there's the recovered action and barrel recovered there, but that should have a stamp on it in terms of what type of firearm it is. It's very vague, just as the casings are just listed as casings. 6 casings recovered, as was 1 fully intact, full metal jacket, copper jacketed round, which I'll do a video with Tara about at oh, there you go, at a later point, because then, you know, she can talk about that. Anyway, just go through a couple comments and we'll call it a day. How's that? I'll finish up even before they were supposed to finish up. Debert, they found slippers, RCMP boots. Where's all that stuff? Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Sitting outside on top of long grass, which probably would have got dew on them, I would think. Maybe. Anyway. Whose boots are they? Wortman. How many people in Wortman family are RCMP? We know of at least 2, but I think there's a third. 4. I think there's 4 at least. If you read the ITOs, the cousin who gets interviewed seems to be maternal cousin. So last name would not be Wortman. I thought all this time it was an uncle, but I think it might actually be a cousin maternally. And he indicates that he has, I think, a brother that's also in the RCMP. So that's 4. All right. Let's see. All kinds of good things in here. I'm sorry if I missed your comments. Reading page 10, forensic report, uniform pants, correctional sleeves jacket retrieved from Joey Weber's vehicle. Okay, which, can you give me a report number on that? Please? Caper? Look back here. 109 things. There's a lot of stuff. Video canvas. Statements. Unless no, it's not this report. Okay. Transcript, investigations, GPS, properties. Forensic reports for new players. don't know who those people are. I think I may have seen it, some of those names in the phone records of Lisa's phone. No, I'm not seeing it, but let's see here. 2740008. Okay, let's see if we can find that. Oh no. See, this is not listed very well. Ugh. All right, I'm not going to keep you while I go around and try and find this. I'm sure it's there. I just need to read through it, but I should do that obviously before. Hey! It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Anyways, I do hope that you all have a fantastic day. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for spreading the word and continuing to look at things. All your hard work. I mean, we're all so appreciative, right? Canada's really appreciative for everything that you guys do. And I know the families are. So take care. God bless you. God bless the 23.